less a bad chick. The flow sick like oh shit. You know this, I'm too fit to ever quit. Knocking these fools out like pool sticks. I do this, I move this, I prove this. Bars be hard like a pound of bricks. It go up, jumps the boogie to the bang bang high. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta. This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Why don't rude girl when I act rah-rah? Me no never care, so me shake me pom-pom. Me a leader, so me don't follow. Missy Elliott, that's who I are. Back it up, kiss it, I'm it, super duper fly, hee-hee-hee-ha. Why do people want you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up, party people put your hands up, hands up, This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. 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 Square ribs. It's Missy E and DJ Skrillex. Yeah, this shit so hot, you with it. Yeah. What the fuck?
Leg titty kaka. Hakuna.
You gotta have a mind state like I'm so freaky. Nobody do it like you do. Miraculous, phenomenal.
Fair Mikey just resubbed for 64 months. Nintendo 64 months. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Like 64 months. In 3 more months I get to make a joke that I'm way too old to participate and is like already a dead meat.
Put your ass away, child.
Imaf95 just subscribed. Crazy amount of months Carl so.
Who's that peeking in my window? Nobody, cause I live in a penthouse. Baby, I'm sorry, but I'm sexy. And all I want you to do is just bless me. Let's see this kid that I'm waiting on. He said he loved when my jeans look painted on. With a tight white tee, you ain't quite like me. Probably while I'm always getting hated on. I sure they trying to push up on me like a wonder bra. So when I speak, I wouldn't want you to take it wrong. Now, number one, I don't need you. Getting you, I only see you when I see you.
Hello.
So you could never play me.
Hello. I have a funny story to start off the stream. Mikey, thank you for 64. That's crazy, B. Thank you for tier 3 as well. What the fuck? Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Emma for 29. Hello, guys. How are ya? Guys, I'm sorry I'm late. I promise. I'll get back into my groove. I promise. Mimi. Memers. Hello, memers. She's so back. Mimi just jumped on my lap. Hello. Chris, I'm really craving Overwatch and Fortnite with you.
I enter the gym.
Crazy.
I forgot my water bottle. They both go, what? What do I do? I forgot my water bottle.
Exactly. No, it won't be that good. It won't be that good.
Will
Yo,
it be as
I
good as this banger of
know.
a story?
I promise my schedule will be back on track. Like ASAP. I honestly, like, I was trying to think. I was like, why am I really struggling to get back to my usual? I just think May was huge. I was like, I think May was just really big for you, babe. I think that's just it. And you'll get back to it. It's okay. Like, I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, why am I so tired still? I just think May was huge. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Mimi's sitting in a really weird way, but I'll take it. Kaylee, thank you for 52. Oh my, yeah. Oh, Mikey, nice. Alori,
Fail
hello.
just resubbed for 52 months. Carl's nice.
Thank you. Wow, some girthy resubs today. Thank you. And the watch streaks. Oh yeah, we're so back. We're so back. I didn't know what I felt like streaming today because I do want to play 007 soon. But I was like, oh, I think I want some repo gambers. Truly. They're so fun. And I also wanted to talk to you. So I was like, okay, I don't want to play a story game because I want to be able to talk. Mimi's feeling a little better. She's meant to go to the vet tomorrow, but she still has some pills to take. So I was thinking of changing it to maybe Monday. So she can finish her antibiotics. She's better in a lot of ways. She still needs to finish her course. So that's why I was thinking about pushing it back a little bit. But she's very cute. Not the talk. The talk. Hi, y'all. I want to talk. Onion Hawaii, though. Cass, hello. Yeah, it does look very story-driven, which is cool. But, like, I want to talk to you first, you know? Hi, Tori. Also, I'm so excited for this month for DBD's anniversary stuff. So much is coming to DBD. I'm very excited. Yeah, Mimi girl. Which would be good in a way. Like, obviously Mimi first. But, yeah. Good to give her a couple more days. All good, Mickey. Do you need to do? What do you know that we don't? Nothing. But I will tell you. I want to tell you something. So, in my lounge room, I'm not high up in my apartment. And I always joke. When Reese is over, I always joke about how, like, my blinds are half down. And then when I'm looking out, all I can see is the pavement of my balcony. So I'm like, okay. And he's always like, stop flashing the neighborhood. Like, get away from the window. I'm like, they can't see me. And he's like, trust me, they can see everything. And I'm like, no. Like, I will bet money on this. Like, they can't see anything when the blind is at that level. If you saw the level of the blinds, you would be like, oh yeah, they can't see anything. Anyway, David, thank you for your watch streak. I wish I could show you this angle. I can't because you'll see Arby's. But hi, Striker. Hi, Ask. Hi, Jules. So I was like, all right, let's leave the blinds exactly where it is. Let's go out to the courtyard and look in. When I tell you, I was shocked. I was shocked because from my angle, they can't see anything. Because I'm like, oh, like that, they'll see ankle max. They would see neck down. Neck down. They would see breast. They would see full hog flap. All of it. All of it neck down. All of it. Full out. Full hog. Yeah. And I was like, shit. Like, for free. Kyle, how was your vacation? Onion, when I tell you, it's so funny. Hog flap is a very descriptive term. The breast boob and the jug. Kyle, thank you. Happy Pride, baby. Thank you for T3. That's really lovely. Did you say hog flap in person? No, chap. And like, no one's probably seen anything because no one's ever out there, right? So like, I'm sure I'm fine. But I always like joke. I always go near the window at his place or my place because he's always like, no, like don't. But it's always really funny to be like, ooh, hey world, look at my tits. Like as a joke because I'm like, no one can see this. And he's always like, stop doing that. Like no one, don't do that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Because like, really, I don't want to give an old man a show. I get it. Or maybe he deserves it. Food for thought. Anyway, but yeah, so the way I've had my blinds this whole time, yeah. Yep. No old man deserves that. Yeah, Jem. Hi, Jaren. At least no one you can fucking see you with. What do you mean by that? You always say, if they see something they don't want to see, that's them problem. True. He's been through a lot. Let him see a peek. You're a naughty lady. Eva, I swear, I didn't mean to show my full hog flap. Oh, weirdo. Oh, right. You're right. Hi, Nye. Hello. Charlie, I can explain. Well, I can't. What's your address? Yeah. Guys, viewing party, full moon. Full moon out. Full hog, full moon. 5 gifted. But anyway, that's the story. What else happened? That was crazy.
For me?
I was so shocked when I saw how much I saw into my apartment.
Dude walking by like, first thing
Only
have
5?
to say
Okay, fine, 20.
GG's. Second, Carla, you absolutely don't have present
20
your
for hog flap.
testicles so pronounced for anyone to watch. You're a wonderful entertainer, but bonus thank you, Mama Lamau. See no evil monkey emoji. Speak no evil monkey emoji.
Full hog, full
Heart
moon, full
hands
tit,
emoji.
full bush. You
Weird
shaved
cat
it?
face emoji.
Your bush. You shaved it? I love how much I've gotten Chris into that. It's so funny. It kills me. At first, he was like, Carla, don't do that. Well, I think I was saying sack. It was worse. But now he loves it. We did it. I mean, the neighbor has seen it. So why can't the clones? I'm joking. Hi, Freedom. What do you mean? Nothing wrong with landscaping, doll. Crunchy, crunchy bush. Nothing wrong with it. A little bit, Kyle. I'm kind of waiting for it to be in the movie. Jungle Explorers. A voting bucket outside. Shave or no shave. Oh. Lord mercy, I'm about to bust. Girl. That's crazy. Show off perfection? Look, I walk by my underwear to the shower at home and blinds are a little open. Yeah. I mean, it's happened a few times. Sometimes, well, it's been one time. Oh my god. What do you want, Eva? What do you want, baby? Panda! Hi, Edgy! It's been 84 years. The Bush Explorer. Girl. Listen. Here's the thing. I have before, full blinds open, not even halfway, walked out, hog out, and there's been people like viewing the like the courtyard, like they're trying to see if they want to rent here, and I've gone out, seen them. Don't think they've seen me, and I've just run back out. So I have been known to streak a little bit, but like in my head there's glare. But when I tell you there's zero glare out there, when I tell you all the theories in my head don't add up. So whatever. Local nudist. You keep the rent at a decent price. Exactly. And that's how she got new neighbors. Rental prices have tripled in that block. Honestly, you'd probably be looking going, what is she doing? What is she doing? Full Bush 69? Okay. Hi, game. Came in talking about Bush. Yeah. Obviously. No, I'm kidding. How are you? Breathe is crazy. Full. If I end up playing DBD Eva, you're getting so much value out of this. Full Bush 69 is crazy. Scooch. And Ask as well. Sorry. Mikey, thank you. Ask, thank you.
Squidge just
Scooch,
subscribed.
thank you.
Carl's grip, Carl's grip, Carl's grip.
Yeah, true. Panda, yes. Oh, Kaz. I'm committing. Hey, thank you for 9.
Kate Waydrug just subscribed. I'm committing
Yeah,
grand
Staley,
blank
honestly.
sexual pride.
That's what's happening. Smells like a Steam name redeem. I need to do some landscaping. Thank you for all the resubs, guys. That's really lovely. Let's do a poll. Not a poll, a prediction. Let's store this and we'll do a little... I'll do a 10-minute Gamba and I'll also at the Discord so people know. Repo Gamba Gamba up for 10 min. You heard of plumbing? Jaren, Jeffy and I always say that to each other. I don't know why I find it so funny. And it's not even because it feels silly that I'm like, it's so funny because I said it. But like, obviously it was improv and I couldn't think of a job fast enough. So the fact I said plumbing is ridiculous. Especially especially have you heard of? What do you mean? It's so bad. It makes me laugh. Milk money redeemed for next bush shape. Oh my god. Lightning bolt. I've got a bowl here. Guys, Repo Gamba. So, crowd control will be on, so make sure you know about that. Second of all, just be aware that it's what level I make it to, not what level I survive. So say if we load in on 9 and I die on 9, the answer will be 9, just so you know. If it messes up my streak again when you haven't streamed. Oh my god, why is it doing it? Next shape, my badge is crazy. My new roster is confusing the hell out of me. I feel like it's Saturday. Look, it was a public holiday yesterday, and I usually, like, with Mondays, by the way, I want you to know. So, Mondays have always been weird for me, but going forward, this will start next week, by the way. This week's weird because I have a vet visit possibly, but I'm thinking about pushing it back. But, my weeks going forward, what I really want to do is this is going to be confusing to explain. I don't think so. You hate Mondays? No, I don't know why. I think Mondays... I think I used to do this back in the day, but Mondays feel like a good reset day. I don't know. And plus, it's good to see mum. Like, Mondays is usually, like, seeing mum, doing things. I have to get back to editing as well. US Monday through... to Saturday. My US Monday, Tuesday. US. Okay. So, wait, hold. Also, can we talk about the back rooms? Kaylee, what did you think? Mondays are the real Sunday. Real. Hello, native Irish. So, what did you think? Okay. I personally, it just lacked a little bit of substance. Like, it was like, it didn't make me think of the game apart from the set design. The set design was cool. Like, that was its strength, was the set. The pirate was funny, but also terrifying. Yeah, fair, Kaylee, fair. It wasn't the worst horror movie, but it wasn't the best. But again, I saw Obsession first. Now, I know Obsession's really dark and deep and blah, 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 but that was still really well made. And I'm not saying Backrooms was well made, but I just felt like there was certain things I'm like, that didn't need to be in it. It just didn't make sense for me. Bless you. Oh, bless you, honey. I wonder what sets her off. I think she's just not fully... Hey, that's shorter than usual. Usually that would go on double.
Put your ass away, child.
You okay?
Holly I just subscribed.
Yeah, I wanted a better ending as well. But, like, it wasn't the worst. It was just kind of, for me, I was like, no. Like, I left being like, okay. Why is Uber texting me? What is this? Sorry. Delivery location? What do you mean? Sorry, I don't know why Uber's texting me. Oh, we're fine. Okay. I heard about your Arby's display. The start was so boring that I had to stop a few times. Yeah. Like, Kaylee. But, like, I can see why people would enjoy it. I hate to be that person. Wait. But the movie made a lot of sense. You've seen that. Oh, Riddle, you know what? Yeah. You know what I thought you said? You know what I thought you said? This is not a spoiler, but if you've seen it, you know what I mean. I hate to be that person. But if you've seen the dog series, because really, a dog, like, how would you explain a dog to someone who hasn't seen a dog? That's what I thought you were going down, Riddle. I thought you were making, like, I thought you were making a dog joke from that line. Because I'm like, girl. Anyway, What was the boring parts for me? How do I describe this? Yeah, Emma, real. Look, I don't think it was bad. I think I went into it thinking it would be something else, which is a me problem. And I should watch the YouTube vids, which we could probably watch together. Yeah. Yeah, like, there was a lot of it that I really did like. Like, the way it started, I thought was really, like, eerie. Like, the found footage, I thought was really cool. Yeah, we can watch the series together. Do you think I like the YouTube series? I think, yeah. I don't know. You see, this so good. Yeah, but cannot be wrong. Hey, I agree with Kaylee on all takes as well. She doesn't like how people were going in and out of the back rooms. Hey, gay, happy Pride. Someone clip that. Trace, you can watch it. If I can, you can. I'm a pussy.
Doggo Reborn just
Doggo!
subscribed. Hey,
Hello!
so I love you and I appreciate you and you're my favorite and I love you and
I
no
appreciate
cause, I
you.
appreciate it. And I appreciate it.
And I appreciate it. Hello. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. Hold.
For me? Well, I never.
You know, after vacation, and see you again.
Oh wait,
Carla.
Kyle, sing
I
it.
remembered I loved you came back when it mattered.
No, 'cause
I
I
saw you
appreciate it.
standing there in the light of the window wearing that same smile, man. It's been a while, but I knew
I'm
it.
gonna see
I
Toy
knew you,
Story
I
when it
knew
comes
it.
out. I'm
I
so
knew
excited.
you.
I love Toy Story. Do I think we need a Toy Story 5? Absolutely not. Am I seeing it and tearing up? Absolutely yes. I love Toy Story. Toy Story holds a very special spot in me heart. I'm very excited. Kyle, thank you. Doggo, thank you. Little team meeting quickly. Yeah, the tablet's so funny. I love that. I feel like I had more goss to tell you and I cannot remember. But I will say, I want to just acknowledge something because I wouldn't say that I feel guilty, but I'm aware of it and I don't feel great about it. And again, I know you're going to hear this and be like, shut the fuck up. But let me just say it. I know that May into the start of June, I mean, I did pop my pussy in May, but like, I know it was a hard month for us because I was adjusting to meds. I had my anniversary of dad passing, which hit me harder than I thought it would. Bad sleep, 24-hour stream. So I had like, a lot happened in May. And I think it just really exhausted me, and that bled into the start of June. Did I do the? Yeah, I did it in May. I know it was great though. It was really. I can't wait to do it again. Oh my god, Kaylee, what the fuck? Trace always. Hi Noah. But yeah, I want you to know that I haven't been proud of my schedule. It's been really bad. And I'm not proud of it because I hate. Like, number one, like, it's just not good for me or the channel. Number two, it just feels I just hate it. I hate that I haven't been on, like, I haven't been doing YouTube. I haven't been doing stream, but that will all change, I promise. I really am trying to figure out, I've been saying this for years, and I'm going to finally try it next week, because this week's a write-off with, obviously, the public holiday and Mimi's vet at some point. But, my goal, absolute goal, would be to do US, stay with me, US Monday through to US Thursday, my normal stream time, so 4-day streams, and then a night stream, either US Monday morning for you, or Monday night for me, or Wednesday morning, Wednesday night for me. Grand Hog, you're the good juju. No, I'm so happy for Grant. And I know I'll get there as well. I just have to, like, I just want to acknowledge it so you know that I'm not, because like obviously, you know, I hate having time off and extra days and like not doing social media, not doing YouTube. Like I've really been putting everything in the back seat because May was just really weird. And I keep forgetting that and I start to beat myself up and then I'm like, girl, May was hard. Like, stop. I'm not trying to fuck streaks. No. Who streaks? Kidding. But anyway, but yeah, if I do Monday nights for me, which is Monday mornings for you, that will be a good time for you in the morning, and then I'll go into your midday. Maybe the key was the meds, and now you can have less of the noise in your brain. Yeah. Hi, Alex. But in saying that, I think I kind of want to do a thing where I do my 4 days and then my Monday. So like my 4 days being Monday through to Thursday.
John Paul's call.
Happy, I'm
kids
doing
miss you just
solo
subscribed.
Gambas doll.
What's
Sorry.
9 plus 10?
21 I think, right? John, hello. How are you? Thank you. Good to see you. How are you? It's me, your favorite girl. Hi, Grace. Hello. Don't deny it. I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it. In fact, I'm really proud of you. So I think next week what I want to do and going forward is my lock in 4 stream days, right? Like that's a minimum. And then either do a night stream or a day stream on Monday. Or some weeks if I need to edit, just have that day to edit. Because I used to do 4 days back in the day. But I do love doing 5 obviously. But when I did 4 some weeks, I got a lot done. So I'm just going to investigate. But I do want to get into the habit of doing nights again. Because I really love them. Do you mean we're doing 48 instead of 24? Guys, you want to hear a fun fact and why that title was that title? There was something I was going to do the other day, but I was so like, I've been trying to do these extra streams for you. So I made that my title the other day because I was about like, what day was it? Was it Wednesday night? I don't know. There was a night last week that I felt so bad about not being live that I was nearly going to go live in bed. I was going to do a just chatting stream in bed. That's why the title is called that. And I didn't change it for today. Because I was going to go... No, it was Friday night. It was Friday night I was going to do it, which is your Friday morning. I was in bed. Honestly, I think it'll be a vibe. But it was in bed, sorry. I had my title. I had everything set. And I was lying there and I was looking at my face going, what are you doing, bro? You're tired. Like, but I nearly went live and I would have lasted an hour, but I nearly went live in bed. I was just going to chat. I still might try it. I think I want to do that. I honestly think I just want to do random shit and just try it out. Wait. Oh my God, Grace. Yeah. I think I will. Dreams never come true. It'll be snuggly though, because Mia's with me and I was in PJs and I looked really cute. But I thought that like I put music on my TV. I put like lo-fi on my TV because I have my air purifier and I was like, God, people are gonna go live and just hear and I'm gonna be like, hey guys. Guys, I wish I took a screenshot. I literally was about to go live. Oh, Mikey, you won. Bit of Barry White. John, how are you before you go? I know you're busy. I will do it because, like, screw it all. I also... Oh, by the way, I got something I want to tell you as a future stream incentive goal. Pardon me. This will probably be an incentive for Cluntmas. Not to do on Cluntmas, but to unlock on Cluntmas. But I found it really funny. So I had an idea. Reese and I have been really getting into Gordon Ramsay, and we've been doing like bits at home, talking like Gordon Ramsay, and we're getting really good at it, right? And I brought something to him which I've never done in my life. And I was like, would you, in the future, would you dress up like Gordon Ramsay with me? We can't break character the whole time. Speak like him, mannerisms. Cooking stream, but we have to do like a recipe that the chat chooses, and we'll have a wheel where like we have to add ingredients. And yeah, like, would you do that? Mikey, I showed him that. He was laughing. And he was like, yeah, I'll do it, but I need more time to practice it. I'm like, no, it wouldn't be until like August. Like, we'll have time to like do it right. But he's down. He's down. Hi, Kaz. I'm so glad to be here. Don't break character, bitch. You ain't lasting. I'll do like every time I break character, I have to gift a sub or something. Yeah, you'll probably meet him, honestly. Yeah, he's down. Guys, when I say this man is so funny and like me, it's hilarious. You'll have a great time. I mean, I've never done this with anyone, so that's saying something. You'll go broke? Oh, God. Grace, I'm not sure. I think he'd be down for PAX, but also I know I'm really busy during PAX.
Away,
Mikey, pretty much, yeah.
Joshua Grove old just subscribed. 2
Trace.
years, baby.
Josh! Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Thank you for 2 years. Oh yes. Do we get to grill him? Well, we'll be Gordon Ramsay, so you can't. That wasn't a no. Thank you, Josh. How are you? All right, we have to lock in while also talking shit, because I need this. I'm really excited for Repo. Grill him in character. That's so funny. Do we, the chat, fuck on the first date? You know what? Oh. Lock into level 8. Yeah, I was like, I was like, what do I feel like today? Oh, sorry. I was like, I think I really feel like Repo.
Put your ass away,
Stays? Okay, Money Stack.
Tattooed Stace just subscribed. I wish someone would commit to me the way I commit to my sub to Carl's Nights.
Wait, Trace, that's so romantic. Not Trace, sorry, Stace. I put Stace and, what's it called? T, like the T and tattoo and Stace together. I did Trace. Ooh, what's this? They give a 55. Oh my God. I think we really needed this. Don't listen to the moan. Awesome on the island. A new bombshell has entered the villa. The moaning is crazy. Thank you for the sub. 13 months.
Away,
Oh my God, hello.
Firamos just subscribed. 13 months Carl's giggle.
I can't take it off. Little librarian cap. I do want to play that soon. I just feel like my brain wouldn't handle it today. There's so many books, Freedom. But I do want to play it. And I shall, I promise. Oh, what's with all the milk? How long did it take you to clean it? Look, I know that Scary Movie is going to be disappointing. But I still want to see it. Because some of the jokes in the older ones are so good. And I say some lightly, like there's a few that are really clever. Moan in my ear. Ooh. I fear I can't die on the first round. Where is the items? Okay. I know, she's so sweet. Wasn't it her first roll? Oh. Well, I forgot I could use magic halfway. What? What? A knot? Why don't you get a knot in your knee? The sounds are so ridiculous. Alright. Okay, can I jump up here? Is there something here? Hi, Sparkly. Everyone that I missed, hello. He's in here. Oh, I need that book. I need it. 3.5? Oh god, I fear it would take me so long. I feel scared about this this round. It feels like the good juju isn't here. The cupcake bones are sending me. It's always funny. I remember there's a clip of, I think Racer said something sweet in like TTS, and the moans were happening, but also the fart sound, because I have the fart sound for the shotgun guy, and all of it was playing in the background while I was being sincere. I'm like, I can't do this. Farmville, you can play Farmville with people? Oh, not this. Yeah, Freedom. That's actually pretty impressive. I was holding my friend's baby yesterday. She was just relaxing on my lap. And oh my god, she was so warm and cute. I was like, girl, you can't. I don't need this. Mikey, I believed you. I need you to like my post so I can revive my crops. Oh, fucking Farmville. Hi, memers. That is a Labubu. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. A Laboribor. Oh no, I didn't press go. Oh my god. He would have killed me if I didn't notice that. Oh my god, yeah, she does. I wish you guys could get a lap cuddle from Mimi, because she would sit on everyone's lap. No, Freedom, real. You were doing the most, honestly. I'm always so, like, in awe of parents. It still kills me that sound effect is so close to being the auto-tune laugh from your alert. Do you know what my favorite thing is? Oh, I can't afford it. Wait, how much is this? Okay, I can't afford it. But this is funny with the moans. Make that 100 million point redemption, but she deserves, you guys deserve each other. Me and Buck. Did you hear that apparently Ethan and Ariana broke up? Crazy. No, I'm only saying that as a joke because I can't believe I see like news about people's relationships. Like, oh my god, it's like, that would suck, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that absolutely suck ass? Going through a breakup and then everyone reporting it? They've been broken up. Mm-hmm. SpongeBob and Ariana broke up. Summer camp is over. She's on tour. Mm-mm. Alright, I love how I get tutorial. Alright, round 2. Let's go. He could do anything to me. Did I watch anything this week? I don't think what else I can tell you. I feel like more happened, apart from my Arby's. In July? Oh my god. Oh! Mikey! Yes! Antique! Oh, you know what was so funny, Riddle? I was watching F1. I was watching the I forget what they call the something walk, where Martin Brundle tries to find celebrities on in the pit lane or whatever. I forget what it's called. And grid walk, and he found Cynthia, And he's like, Cynthia, hello. And she's like, I'm not doing interviews. And he's like, no, that's okay. I'm just asking how you're enjoying the F1. She's like, yeah, it's fine. It's really good. Like, she just doesn't want to talk about anything at the moment. Fair enough. But it was just so funny how she's like, no. It was so awkward. I was like, girl, shit. He was really trying to get interviews. That was so awkward, Striker. Didn't she? I think someone asked about Wicked in an interview recently. She was like, I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Okay, Boundary Queen. She's over it. Abby, hello. Wonder if Lewis was like, hey, you should talk to him. I'm dying. Oh god, I honestly remember that stream like it was yesterday. I miss my auto tune so much.
Every time you start and end a level. I love it and hate it.
Yes,
but
I know
my brain
exactly what you're talking about.
that first note and it just sets me off.
No, you're right. I saw that, Charlie. I saw that. Mikey, thank you for the biddies. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it. I mean, that was a very long press tour, you know? I can't imagine. Thank you, Mikey. And also, Pixie, hello. Thank you for all the resubs, guys. You are the best. Thank you. I can't wait, to get my, my Juju back. She will be back, I promise. We just gotta forget that May happened. And then, although I am proud of myself that I managed to do the 24 during May. That's a big deal. For me, anyway. Charlie, I'm dead. Stop. I'm dead. Have good lurks, guys. I'll be here. And then tomorrow, I'm trying to change my appointment. But I want to do like a normal stream tomorrow. We'll figure it out. US Thursday, though, we're going to have more friend slot. Double friend slot. We're going to be playing the Mecha Chameleon game, which is basically hide and seek, but you can paint yourself. You paint yourself in the map. So we're trying to get a lob together for that. Not the ducky. Slop. Hey, Drunk Tessie's foremost one of classmates claim how much he hates. Did he actually? That's so funny. I can't believe, like... Hello. Well, actually, I do believe yesterday. Very excited. I'm very excited. Very excited. So that's the plan so far. And then the rest of the week, I'm just kind of locking in. Next week, I'm so excited, though, because Jason comes out. And there's heaps of anniversary stuff coming out for DBD. Yeah. Yeah, Jaren, real. Real. Oh. Wait, much better, Pixel? Sorry to hear that. Okay, I don't want him to... Girl, I'm happy to be a mum, but you can't injure me. The duck is a fine little annoying little guy, but if you... Oh, God. If you injure it, it will try and hurt you. It turns into a little monster man. Which is hard, because I probably will run him over soon. You can outrun him, usually. Oh. Hello? Let's go tell hello. Alright, is there a hole here? Oh no, rubber duck. Rubber ducky. Uh-oh. Easy. 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 I got over it quick. I got over it. Although I can't be bothered. I have a cat on my lap. I'm busy. Look what you've done. No, I'm fine. Compass? Anything big? She's good, Ab. She's still sick, but I think she's much better. Nobody asked, by the way, but I think I'm going to switch her litter from clay, even though it clumps so well, but I'm going to switch it to clay from clay because it's just so dusty. This kind of day only gets much better if you keep on trying. Nah! That clip. Oh, bless you. Oh, bless you, honey. Oh, I think I set her off. I'm so sorry, honey. I'm sorry. Oh. Sneezy baby. You know what? The dust probably isn't helping her. Sneezy girl. Little Smithly. She's allergic to SpongeBob. Guys, I was so obsessed with that meme or that scene of that musical that it came up, it was coming up on every social media. With, like, I just kept getting fed that video for so long. And I watched it every time. Okay. Gamer, why can't I hear that sentence? The whole musical's a bop. So I've heard. Alright, we're sending it. I'm playing it this week! Thank you for the sub! Lewis, yes, I'm playing it on Friday.
Nano just subscribed. New game
Yes,
for
yes,
your
yes,
group
yes,
to
yes.
check out when it comes out. Mecha Chameleon.
Yes.
Not affiliated in
I'm
any way to
so
them.
excited. We're getting a lobby together. Fuck. Yes. Thank you for 31. How cool does it look? Yes. Oh. Little Mimi Sneezy. Thank you for 31. I hope you're well. Oh my god, my mic's gonna fall off. But no, we are planning on doing a big lobby US Thursday. So excited because I love hide and seek games as well. But then people get to be creative as well. Will never fall off. Eyelid right. Give me something else. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my god. Is that eyeliner? Corn cob? Slay? Oh! That's cute. Okay, I'll stop. I have so many coins, but alright. Do I have money to get a weapon. How much is this? 43k. What the hell? Hi, Mare. How are you? I don't hear locking in. That kills me. That was such a funny day. Oh, I need to jump actually. Mikey. Okay. Also, the 4th season looks kind of cool. But I don't know. Man, amazing work. Amazing work. Get that oil changed. Wait. Oh my god, why do I have so much money? I thought... What? I thought that was 35,000. What the hell? I didn't even notice that, Henry. I thought it was Why do I have 35 million? Buy everything. Huh? I'm gonna try it anyway. Holy savings! Man, this is what happens when you change your oil. Stonks. We're so bad. Fuck it, we buy the whole store!
Put your ass away, child.
Les_miserables
Check this out.
just subscribed. Les me's a kiss.
Speak on it! Sarah, thank you for 47! How are you? Oh my god, that's so long. I can't do it again? The hell? Alright, let's try this. And see. And I'll catch up on messages because I missed some. That's what I thought, Mikey. And then I saw the thing. I wonder what bug that is. Hi, Noko. How are you, doll? Oh, I'm sorry, Abs. That would be... Oh my god. That would be so frustrating. Please complain all you want. USPS is holding my new tennis shoes hostage. Why? Give it back. Great, but I mean, yeah, Dina, I'll take the bug. It worked. Why do I have so much money? What the hell? I don't think I bought the shotgun, so that didn't work, but we have this. We'll take it. What the hell? They had no access to the mailroom, but they literally have full access to it because it... What? Excuse me? Hello? I'm good. I was tired as well myself today, and I had no reason for it either. I'm like, that's annoying. I do feel a little bit better though. We'll take it. Reporting the streams, you're using cheats. I'm so curious. I've never seen that before. Let's see. What's the quota's normal? What the hell? I've never seen that in how many hours of repo I have. That's so... I wonder if Tammy's seen this. Yeah, maybe it's all Monday vibes. Multiply 1,000,000? Well, I thought crowd control at first, but you'd have to spend so many bits to get that amount. So it can't be that. I wonder if it'll be their next shop. Let's see. I can hear the Rugrat though. Which is not ideal. Oh, I found Mum's credit card. Oh, who the fuck is that? No, not the... No, I'm gonna die! Ah! No! Not the fucking leech! Oh, fuck, Tammy! I had millions, damn it, millions! Save scum, save scum. I watched on Chris again. It sounds like Rugrats. It is! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Chris, will you be on in an hour? Because I'm down. Tammy, how was your weekend, doll? I have mods on. My childhood jam, yeah. Alright, well, awkward. Awkward. I'm also disappointed in myself. That was very unfortunate. That leech got me, and my gun didn't spawn in. Yeah. Very unfortunate for me. My bad. Man, it was a Steam redeem, okay? It was redeem, and I said yes. Chris just texted me. Oh, okay. But also, games later if you're up. I'd play games with Chris, but I gotta lock in first. An hour? Yeah, I'd be down for games in an hour. If you're awake. We can do Ford or Overwatch or whatever. Slow at work. Let me at him. Stand behind me. We gotta go again. But I'm down. I'm down for games with Chris. And then we'll probably... I want to do some other stuff later. I want to do at least 6 hours today. At least. Probably more, but at least. Okay. Okay. Shit. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. But I'm down to play games later, Chris. Not the princess laugh. Let's do this quickly, and I'll do a quick 2-minute gamba. 2-minute gamba. You just get a shaved bush. Yeah, I can't tell you about the shaved bush, guys. That's a secret. Not the princess laugh. Yep. True. True. Yeah, honestly, I type really quick too. Is a bush still a bush if it's shaved? Probably a hedge. I know exactly what your copy paste is. Is it the thanks? No, or the... No. It's the see no evil monkey. A bush shaved is a travesty. Exactly. Exactly. A bush shaved is a lawn. Real. That's real. If you can't rummage through the forest, where's the fun? Oh my god. See no evil monkey. 2 hands in my bush or whatever. Exactly. Stuart Little Lee? Speak on that. Who wouldn't have free... Man, I'm really proud of that one. That's nice. That's crazy. That's crazy. But like, true. It's tough out there. Was that the fastest 2 minutes of my life? Wow. Lee, that's so funny. That's so funny. And you're right. You're actually fucking right. In this economy, we take what we can get. You know what's so funny? This is being so real for a second, but it's the truth. Is like, there'll be times in your life where you're like, oh, sorry, like, I haven't shaved. And then the person is obviously like, and if they're not, get rid of them. And the person's like, I don't fucking care. Get me in. What's a little seaweed in the ocean? You know what I mean? Who cares? Who cares? Grow up. Some people like to run their fingers through my curly hair. I like to run my fingers through bush. Burrito, you would. I don't know. That's so funny. Never heard that before. I've never said it before. That was a first time sentence. Shook. Oh, wait. I gotta do this. I don't give a shit. You know what I find really good, actually? Wait, let me sign in. Is, if that stops, that's a rip. No, real. Real. You know what's so funny? And it cracks me up. Okay. About, like, if you put me next to a man that has chest hair, back hair, ball hair, leg hair, beard, like, they're like a hairy beast, right? Right? And here I am, a little supple dolphin. And then I get a little like, oh, my legs, I gotta shave my legs. They're a little bit, and it's just like, the right person is gonna go, shut the fuck up. I don't care. Like, it's not, we're so different. Like, it's so funny how, like, you can get into, like, oh, I'm so sorry. And they're literally, like, a Yeti being like, you're serious, right? No, Reese is amazing. We always laugh together about it. He's a hairy boy. Exactly, Wheezy. Exactly. He's on the hairy description. No, he's great. He's great. Because I'm always like, ooh, and now I don't care because it's like, that's stupid. I know, man, I know. And they turn around and the whole, I don't know, there's a whole wig on their ass. I'm like, girl, I'm accepting of your toupee and your hole, okay? Don't come at me for a bit of hair on my legs. Like, don't start. Wait, let me fix that for you. This is called High School Steady by Eli Smart, but I'll fix this. I know, Pixel. But no, Reese is obviously my goat. I remember one time, I was like, I forget what I was apologizing for. Typical. And I was like, oh, sorry, I gotta shave my legs. And they weren't even bad. They're just like, you know, like day 2 leg or day 3 leg. And then he looked at his leg or looked at his, I forget where he looked, but he was like, you have nothing to say sorry for. Look at me. How is that fair for you to apologize when I have this much hair? I was like, true. True. Crash, real. Real. I bet when you see a monster, you freeze. I would, yeah, I guess. Is it Overshare Tuesday or something? Honestly, all I said today that was weird was my Arby's. Oh my god. No, I'm pale with black hair. You know what I do? This is my thing that I want to get over. Is, you know when you get a pedicure and you're like, oh shit, I haven't shaved my legs. And they're not even bad. They just have like, you need, like, it's day 3 of leg. But I'm like, oh no, I gotta shave my legs. And it's like, grow up. They do not care. They do not care. But I will like not get a pedicure unless I shave my legs. I'll feel bad. I'm like, why are you feeling bad? Oh, supple dolphin. I have very soft skin. No, Striker, you're fine. I knew exactly how you meant it. No sorries. Me when I go for my pat, bush and all. As you should, Queen. As you should. No, I know. That's so fair. What? I can't say supple dolphin anymore? No, I'm kidding. No, Riddle. Let the bush out, babe. Let it peek out of the speedo. Who cares? Me before my physical. I actually want to get a spot checked on my back. This is... You said physical and I'm like, guys, I actually want to get something checked on my back. Why are you saying that? No, I think it's a new freckle thing, but I do want to get a check just in case because, girl, this Australian sun, you know, push through panties. Lee, exactly. I can't believe I had a $1 million bug and I died. Damn it. God damn it. You shaved your bush? You shaved. You know what I love? Chris and I both did this. Your bush. You shaved it. Always check the mole. Yeah. I only have, well, I've called it a birthmark my whole life, but it's either a birthmark or a mole, but I've always had one on my left arm, but that's it. But then I was scratching my back the other day and I felt this new mole and I was like, you piece of shit. I was like, oh, that's new. I've just never had a spot check before. Who the fuck is that? Oh, it's the birthday boy. I'll check your spot. Say it like you just found a new mole. Looks like a flour tortilla. Girl. Pussy. Unrelated. Ah, you shaved your bush. I will say if they're checking a spot, there's a chance they will strip. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard all about it because, these are mods, yes. I love my fuck-ass mods. I've heard all about it because, Reese is also a tortilla. And poor thing has to always strip like every few months. And he looked at that mole and he was like, I get that checked. I'm like, okay. Oh, wait, that was Christopher Walken. Oh, yeah, that was what I was going for. Sorry, I thought I got the Christophers mixed up. Yes, Christopher Waffle Fighters, you know. I want to get this mole checked. No, I got to work on that. Girl, that's Chris coming in wanting to play Overwatch. Girl. Girl. Ugh. Alright. The Foo Fighters. You shaved your bush. Oh god. Okay. When I die, I'll text Chris and see if he's free for game. I can't Christopher walk in there anymore. Sound like the guy who does the SNL introductions. I'm trying to think what that sounds like. My calf, since I got memory in a couple weeks ago, I mentioned my chicken pecked in it. Oh my god, wait. The chicken's like, girl, now I don't speak English. And I don't know what a mole is. But you should get that checked. Oh my god, Grace. True. I definitely get more freckles after, like, for example, when I had a beach day, I definitely get sun-kissed, if you know what I mean. But oh my god, you take the bloody cake, Grace. I haven't heard that riddle. That's funny. Let me practice that, Mikey, and then I'll woo you. You saved your bush. Have some water. Some water. Look, hey. Hey. What a time to be alive, huh? Ugh. That's good water. A water bottle. Do you ever realize you're like, fuck, I haven't had enough water today? Because you feel like shit? You're like, oh, why do I feel like crap? And then you go, oh, okay. Here's a hint. Benty, real. Real. Ethan, hello. Benty. I have so many moles and freckles that Dudley was able to frame my axolotl. Wait, that's actually really cute. I miss Dudley too. Me all last week with gastro. Oh, babe. Oh, babe. You take that one sip and your whole body turns into TV static. Yeah, Lee. Or sometimes you go to the toilet and you're like, oh, I'm dehydrated. Okay. No need to call me out. Benty, I'm glad you got it checked. Yeah, I want to check mine because I've never really had something like it. So get it checked. I drink too much water, I feel. What's your secret? I either drink too much water or I forget, and I don't like that I do, to be honest with you. I just have to get back into my I'm just bad with my habits at the moment. Although I will say the one thing I'm doing good is I got a pill organizer, and it really helps seeing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and when it's opened, I know I've taken it, obviously. So that's been helping a lot. Oh, real. Real. Noko, let's get it checked together. Just in case. Because I feel like I've never felt this one on my back before. Yeah, my pill organizer is actually saving me. Let's get it checked together. And then they'll probably go, you're all good, but at least we know. Group mole check. Yeah, like that's the one thing I'm like, okay. That's the most important habit I had to get into. And now my second habit that I want to get into, which I was always really good at, but I've slipped, is like my streaming and my YouTube. And it's not because I don't love streaming. It's my favorite thing on this planet. But I think starting that new habit, like May again, was just kind of a big month for me. I'm like, okay, I want to get back in my groove. Thought I heard something. And I also want to get back on top of my physical health. My physical health. Yeah. I hate falling off the habit. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass
There was
away,
actually...
child.
Can you stop it?
Mackenzie Fla just subscribed. Better safe than not. Don't
Yes.
forget to also get your butt checked.
Yep, check your
peeps,
butt.
lol.
Eat more fiber. Yeah. You're right. You're right. What's your favorite way to consume fiber? Like what foods? Mackenzie, thank you for 19. That's really nice. Thank you. How are you? Beans. Beans. What the fuck? Jeez, I've never tried that. Ooh. Oh my god, everyone's saying beans? Should I get back on my bean shit? Wow, I'm learning things today. Yeah, when I forgot to take my pill the other week. I was very late twice in a row. And I don't know if it's possible, but I don't know. I felt a shift in my mood. I was like, ooh. You've been sleeping on them. Hello, Art. Hello. Grace, yes. Bowl of beans and rice. Yum. Oh, yum. Wait, guys, you're making me hungry. I don't know if it's possible to feel weird after like 1.5 days of being off your schedule, but I definitely felt a little bit different. Yum. Shit. Okay, okay. Scoop of vanilla, whey protein, and a scoop of orange fiber powder in the morning. Oh, wow. That's yum. Oop. Chia pet puss. Wait, guys, you know what I tried for the first time recently? You're not gonna guess. You're gonna be like, girl, I tried creme brulee for the first time. And when I say that I'm upset that I wasted like 2 decades of my life not having creme brulee. It's so good. But you don't need me to tell you that. So good. So good. And my friend who's a chef made his own version. He made a dairy-free version. He made one with coconut milk. Guys, it was actually better than a normal creme brulee. It was really good. It was actually really nice. Both, Riddle. Both. It was actually like, that was the first time I had it, and then I had a real one at a restaurant. And it was great, don't get me wrong, but I think I liked his version better. He was doing some experimenting. Fair, Pixel. Fair. How calm I feel. Jaren, how was your travels, by the way? I feel like we haven't properly caught up because I was doing friend slop when I saw you. Tell me everything. Tell us everything. Jaren just came back from traveling for ages, guys. A slumber party, you say? Yes, yes. Hello, girl. Oops, sorry. When's the new Overwatch season, by the way? Oop. Ignore that, sorry. God, Ark. 12 days? I'm actually in my Overwatch grind. June 16th? The same day as Jason coming out. Oh, we're eating good this month, I fear. I'm so excited for Jason to come out. Guys, you can't tell me, by the way. I swear they're adding it. Now, I know it's probably not going to be because it's hard to get the IP, but their new hint on social media is so it-coded. And I'll show you if you haven't seen it. Grace, real. Real. Oh, no. Give me your account. I got you. Okay. Let me show you. The teaser just sounded like it to me. Let me play it after this. Jason coming out during Pride Month. Proud of you, Jason. Oh. Tell me which one, Jason or Overwatch or everything. All right, perfect. I'm gonna start playing. Oh, the strangers. Arcane, I would shit my pants if it was the strangers. Pennywise? Oh, I want it to. Stop. Pause the stream. Pause the stream. I gotta see this. Oh, okay, wait. What would I search up? I shat my pants for fun. Okay, wait. What do I search up? Summer Games Fest. Was it... Was it this one that I'm talking about? Yeah. Summer Games. Is it this one? Wait, hold. Is it this one? Because this is the one I've saw and it feels like it, but I want to play it for you anyway. We watch it together. A backroom entity. Okay, wait. It just sounds like... It just... Okay, wait. Before you listen to the guy that's speaking, it sounds like if you've seen the newer It's or Welcome to Derry, it sounds like that actor. Or I might be going crazy. So, let's go. Ugh.
Happy birthday to you.
It sounds like that actor.
Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 5? Are you 6? Are you 7? Are you 8? Are you 9? Are you 10?
But that's very Strangers though. The mask does feel very Strangers. Yeah. But the voice sounds like the newer It actor. No, I will give... Yeah, I agree, Riddle. I agree. Yeah. They're probably doing it to throw people off. But also... Yeah, Axel, yes. Yes, Lee, yes. It sounds like him. I don't know if I'm just hearing what I want to hear, but I swear it sounds like him. Also, this does look very Strangers, the mask, but I just don't know.
How old are you now?
Oh, see? Wait, what's the isn't the 14th? Oh, it's Sunday, isn't it? Wait. Oh my god. I will find out. Do you just ask how old am I now? Yes.
How old are you now?
They've done really well with their anniversary. I will give them credit. Their 10-year anniversary, they've done so well with. And they actually built the cabin. I saw it behind the scenes. And I love that because in the world of AI, bless you, honey. In the world of AI, it's so cool that they've like actually made things, you know? Let me go to their page. Let's see if they added it. Oh, I don't think they did. I think it's on their Twitter. That Jessie stare reminds me of you. Which Jessie stare? Oh my god. Wait, did you see this? It won't last, but we'll play it.
Multiplayer in Halloween is a 1v4 asymmetrical horror experience that pits the residents of Haddonfield against the shape of pure evil, Michael Myers.
By the way, I say it won't last purely because any new thing that's not Friday the 13th or DBD just crumbles. And I hate it. I hate that it does. It's really annoying. Because Killer Clown should have lasted. Texas Chainsaw could have lasted. Was that the Wrench and Twink? Yes. As long as they pay for the service.
In this quintessential slasher simulator, our playable cast of civilian characters desperately attempt to save their neighbors and themselves from the omnipresent boogeyman, while Michael fixates on stalking and slaying his targets.
Ooh.
Halloween provides familiar elements fans of the genre know and love, but we're incredibly excited to pull back the curtain and unveil more details that demonstrate our commitment to delivering our most robust, dynamic, and terrifying multiplayer offering yet. Michael Myers is a creeping, methodical killer, and on Halloween night,
I know this is just the trailer, but they gotta fix his head. Because, girl, that ain't scaring me. Who the fuck is that? So, no head? Reminds me of myself.
And on Halloween night, Haddonfield becomes his hunting ground. The boogeyman's primary desire is to eliminate every living resident in this quiet town. But he also begins each match with a list of special targets that supply greater rewards if killed before time expires.
Take his pants off,
These
Sam.
unfortunate residents are positioned across various sites in the map, and Michael players are empowered to use their nightmare suite of abilities to locate, terrorize, and ultimately
So
execute
this feels
their
like Friday
victims
the
and
13th,
anyone
kind
bold
of?
enough to interfere with their bloodthirsty ambitions. Killer Sense allows players to step behind the mask and stalk the residents of
Striker, I remember.
When using this skill and entering the first-person perspective, Michael becomes aggressively aware of his surroundings and the proximity of potential prey. By focusing on targets with murderous intent, Michael builds varying levels of stalk, which aid him in identifying and tracking targets and open increasingly satisfying options for executions.
That's very Friday coded.
An effective killer always keeps their victims unaware of their presence until those final fatal moments.
Uh-oh.
While historically Michael Myers isn't known for his speed, fundamental abilities like shape jump amplify the shape's mobility.
This
with
is very
hauntingly
Friday the
unpredictable
13th.
results. In shape jump, Michael slips into the shadows to move around environments unseen. Not only does this increase Michael's base movement speed, but it also provides access to other powerful traversal options, including Shape Dash, which sends Michael lunging forward with violent momentum. Shape Jump is confidently one of the most powerful tools at Michael's disposal, and supplies unlimited possibilities for iconic jump scare moments.
Oh my god. Girl.
However, that
I
potency
will-
comes with a few major caveats.
I will
Our
be jump scared. This feels like Friday. Because Friday he had this a similar like lunge thing.
antagonist can only enter and exit Shape Jump while in the cover of darkness or outside a resident's line of sight. The light may provide temporary reprieve for the residents of Haddonfield, but Michael can work to remove sources of illumination by shutting off lights cutting
Ah.
power,
Yep.
and even catalyzing temporary blackouts. Despite the unquestionable malevolence of Michael Myers, his horrifying homecoming to Haddonfield won't be welcomed without resistance. As the body count climbs and evidence of the boogeyman's presence becomes undeniable,
Yeah.
local authorities, residents, and distinct playable civilians may decide to gather weapons and face off against evil itself. Thankfully, Michael knows his way around sharp objects and will have multiple options for melee combat encounters. And if especially persistent Haddonfieldites do manage to get the upper hand in an exchange,
This feels like Friday. If you've played Friday, you know exactly what I mean. How the killer feels very strong, but when the survivors know what to do and they gang up on him, he's weak. You know?
don't worry.
Yeah, the flashlights.
We've said it once and we'll say it again. You can't kill the boogeyman.
Survive the night.
While Michael swiftly endeavors to turn Haddonfield into a graveyard, our heroic group of civilian characters desperately attempts to save their neighbors and escape the boogeyman's bloodthirst.
Oh, here we go.
As a civilian, it's up to you to find fellow Haddonfield residents, convince them of his malicious intent, and guide them safely to one of several possible randomized escapes located
Yeah,
around the
make him
map
taller.
before they meet an untimely end. This distinctive cast of playable civilian characters each comes equipped with unique stats, special traits, and signature personalities. To ensure no two matches of Halloween play out the same, our team has constructed a vast playground of possibilities in Haddonfield, offering
Ooh.
civilians a multitude of diverse gameplay systems to aid them in achieving their objectives and surviving the night. As civilians navigate these environments, they'll uncover points of interest, revealing resident NPCs, lootable containers,
Ooh.
hiding places, telephones,
Ooh.
possible escape routes, and more.
Oh, yeah.
Thoroughly and cautiously exploring your surroundings could very well mean the difference between life and death.
Give it
And
to
when
me.
death comes to your little town, it's probably not a bad idea to head to your neighbors and contact the local authorities.
Yeah, little riddle
Civilians are
puzzles.
tasked with tracking down surviving residents and warning them of the looming threat. Successful conversations with residents can permit civilians to request additional calls to police, commands to find secure hiding places, or companionship as they navigate the formerly peaceful streets
Kiss.
of Haddonfield.
Should we stick together? Maybe we're better as a team.
Whether it's a local family friend or the authorities, there's safety in numbers. Once the innocent residents of Haddonfield have been located and persuaded,
Double-cheeked
it's time
out.
for the civilians to plan their harrowing escape. Lootable containers scattered throughout the map contain weapons, distractions, and key items that
have
can
an
be used to
actual-
unlock and access a variety of possible escape routes. The location of these items and escapes
I
changes
will.
from match to match, so civilians greatly benefit from adjusting their strategies based on the objects uncovered. It's also worth noting that initiating these escape sequences generates a tremendous amount of noise,
Oh, there's
which will alert
cars.
Michael to your exact location. So what happens in the likely event that a civilian becomes another display of Michael's wretched, inhumane nature? Well, their Haddonfield story isn't over just yet. Even in death, they can support their friends and even return
It's
as a sheriff's
Friday.
deputy or the unrelenting Dr. Loomis.
It's Friday. It's Friday the 13th. They could. That's crazy. And I
Once
don't
they've
mind.
re-emerged upon the
I
streets
want
of
it back.
Haddonfield, they can cooperate with the remaining civilians and responding
It's
officers
Saturday the
to
14th.
try and put a stop to Michael's murderous rampage.
Freeze where you are, Michael. You're coming with me.
While he can't be killed, with enough community resistance, the proper equipment, and sheer manpower, he can be detained and shipped
No,
back
it's bad
to Smith's
trick.
Grove Sanitarium.
Yeah, Charlie, interesting, huh?
Halloween is a legendary film with a genre-defining legacy, and our mission has been to bring the film's unsettling sense of dread to our asymmetrical horror sandbox. By empowering players to control the tension and stage the scares, we're building a multiplayer experience designed with replayability at the forefront. We'll have more details to share regarding character progression, character traits,
Tell me.
customization, proximity chat, and more thrilling gameplay features in the coming months. But we can't wait for all of you to join us when Halloween launches on September 8th, 2026.
September 8th. September 8th. September 8th. Oh, 3 months. Give it to me, baby. Why not on Halloween? True. Maybe something else is dropping. September 8th. Maybe it's too close to GTA. I don't know. I haven't seen the Sword trailer either. That looks really exciting.
Akashima Island, haunted by dark stories.
Who is this Australian loser?
Our goal, confront the evil, corrupting paradise. This is Dead True International.
Thanks. Come on, let's get a photo together.
You know what I love about Supermassive Games? Or I don't know if this is Supermassive Games, but Until Dawn and that series, it's always the mouth that's fucky that cracks me up. They're always like, let's get a photo together. It always cracks me up. But like, that's said with love. They just watch their mouth. It's always so like fucky, like the teeth and the mouth.
Over. Rotated on that one.
A for effort, dude.
Until Dawn, but it's just daylight.
Does no one know this guy?
This is how villains are made.
Yeah, they should have called it something else.
Oh, you two haven't met yet, right?
Sebastian. How about looking out for you? How about looking out for you? Sebastian.
Me when he drops his pants. Looks like Buzz Lightyear.
Sebastian. How about looking out for you?
Roland, whenever you're ready.
This facility has been shut down for decades.
Shut down.
Investigating, untold, until now.
This is how villains are made.
Gay? Oh, it's a woman. Sorry, I thought they were gay. It was two men. I was really
Did
happy.
you hear that?
Oh no.
Nate, are you out there? We gotta go. Right!
I have a bad feeling.
Let's get rid of it.
Oh, shut up. I have a bad feeling people are being killed. Let's get rid of it. So annoying. I hate that. Grow up.
A bit tight.
No! He's coming! Through there!
Take a deep breath.
Oh. And she's riding him. He doesn't deserve that.
Fuck! Which way?
They better not. Okay. Oh, he's on top now. Thanks.
This rock's down there.
Thanks for finally putting in some work. Nobody wants to work these days. Oh. Now she's having an orgasm.
Can you do what needs to be done?
Okay, so interesting. I do think it's going to be good. But again, it's like they should have made it like Daylight Jungle Pussy from the makers of Until Dawn 2. Like, why are we putting it under the same title when it's very different? You know what I mean? But it does look cool and I will be playing it. Kill all playthrough. Guys, I also want to do I want to try and attempt either a kill all playthrough of The Quarry or just another playthrough of The Quarry because it's been years since I've done that. Oh my god, Juniper, who would have thought? The guy's fucking while the dies trope is so tired. I know. Okay, put the pen down. It's fire with Jungle Island. Could have named this Bush Hunter's Chance Gone. 2027. I am excited. That'll be cool. That'll be cool. Now, where is... Stop showing me Logan Paul, please. Where's... I want... the Saw one. Saw. There's a game, I think, what is it? Oh, it's in 6 months. You got a point.
Thank you, Patrice. Still to come, we've got a lot of great announcements for you, including a special surprise guest. Who's that? What? Wait, that's Billy from Saw? Hey, Billy.
Hello, Jeff Keighley.
Hello.
I want to play a game.
Oh, you want to play a game? Well, that's great. We're here at Summer Game Fest. This is all about playing games. It's perfect.
Roll the tape.
You heard the puppet. Roll the tape.
This is gonna be sick. Oh, thank you, Jules.
100 years have passed since the genesis of your legacy.
Blech.
They call you a monster,
Juniper, as it should.
but I call you a prophet.
Yeah, is this the first? Hi, Esri. Hi, App.
Only true path to redemption. It strips away the lies that people tell themselves.
Nice buds.
Only then do they get to see what really makes them tick. A sacrifice must always be paid in blood. Live or die.
Oh my god.
Your book, bound in blood, inspires those who are worthy.
I gagged a little. Wait, it's 3v1?
The spiral bleeds
Oh, it is.
ever deeper. Let the games begin.
Whoa. 3v1? What? That's crazy. Wait, is it on? Can I look at it on Steam? What's Control 2? Oh, here it is. Or give me death. Wow. Ooh. 3v1. Control. That sounds familiar. Is this it? Oh, happy birthday. Oh, shoot. Hack and slash. Reminds me of something. Yeah, we're getting fed. Can I say something that is not controversial at all, but I want to say it? I feel like this year has been nuts for games. But not even like AAA, just games, full stop. Control. It's like, this is a cold take. It's not even a hot take. It's so freezing cold. But like this year, and yeah, it's just been so, and movies. Guys, I actually want to go to the movies these days. There was a time, was it last year? I'm not even kidding. There was a good chunk of the year recently where there was nothing in the theaters that I wanted to see. But this year, I want to go to the movies all the time. It's actually been like, yeah, alive and thriving. So true. We've been actually getting fed. Big time. Elder Scrolls 6. Really? I want to play Expedition 33. I know. Hi, Gel. Exactly. It's kind of like humans are perfect when they create art. I never played a game like that before, Em. Although I say that, and then recently, like when I played something else that's newer to me, I've loved it. You know? Yeah. Yeah, God of War looks cool too. We're eating? 80-20? Yeah, Paralives, I've been seeing a lot of videos. All the quality of life stuff, so cool. If that's not your sign to stay up, Crash, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Oh, so it is Alan Wake universe. Sick. Let me message Christopher Robin. Oh, it hasn't been an hour yet. Okay. Keep going. Interesting. Yeah, I want to get better with playing different genres of games. I just find when I'm feeling some sort of way. I don't know if anyone else gets like this. Like I'll go to games that I've played that's just comforting. But it's also really fun getting addicted to like a new game as well. And I want that. I want that feeling again. Like, you know, I go back, like, for example, like today, I'm like, oh, I don't know what I want to play. I'm feeling a bit tired. So I'll play games that I'm comfortable with. Yeah. It's like me with a new series. It's hard for me to commit to a new series. I'll end up just watching something easy or something I've seen before. I'm always going back to... I actually want to try Power Wash properly. Spawn money!
Put your ass away,
Thank
child.
you. This is a giant golden turd.
Ray_ski just
Ray.
subscribed.
Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. How are you, Dom? Yeah, I want to start 007 too. But I'm also kind of like, alright. I'll get there. Wait. Hold. Loom. Loom is here. No, I don't want Loom. I'm not ready. I wonder if I can kill them. I wish I could delete my memory of playing Hitman. Fuck. Oh, it's one of my favorite games of all time. I wish I could remove my memory of it. I know the Loom. Not good. I just love them so much. I just wish I could hear the story for the first time. I think we have some Hitmen on the tube. They were like highlights, but honestly it does scratch the itch. So you can throw tiny statues and baseballs at people's heads? Yes. Remastering the old Hitmans, give it to me. Is there a hole in here? Oh, I missed it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I missed it. Gotta get more fuel. Me when I... Hello, loser. I love calling that baby a loser. I have an itch that needs to be scratched. Also, where is my remastered Simpsons Hit and Run? Where is it? Girl. Sorry. What the hell? Lee, put it back. Wait, did you send me something? Or send doll, thank you. Yes. A whole TV. Girl. What are they doing? Or part 2? I know. I saw that, Jaren. I saw that. Which I will take, but give me what I want. What do you mean rumors? Where did you hear this? Guys, I would cry. This has been my dream for years. I would do anything. I would do anything. Stop. Oh. Oh. Oh, I want that so bad. Oh my god. I would dress up as Marge again. Hi, Cammy. How are you doing? Hello, sexy. Sorry. Hit the man's dream. I also do want to play 007. Still. I've heard it's like has the vibes of Hitman, but it is still quite different. So I'm not putting my expectation on a copy of Hitman, obviously. But I'm very interested. For more Marge. Marge will be back. My beautiful wig needs to be worn. Henry, that's really sweet. Yeah, I haven't watched anyone play it. I was trying to protect myself so I could experience with you guys. It's really hard when all your friends are playing it. I'm like, oh no. Alright. I tried putting lash glosses and now my lashes are full of glue. No! Tell them to stop. There they go again. Being cute. Papa.
Put your ass away.
Mick, hello.
Only subscribe to babes, just subscribe.
How are ya? Not the Oh, yeah? I'm interested in fighting. If you want that smoke. Girl, can you die? Fuck. She's strong as hell. Mouth wide open. Mouth wide open. Damn it. I'm gonna kill her with... Oh, I'm gonna kill her with this money bag. Okay. Come here, pussy. Okay, goo goo gaga to you. I need to find a hole. A Minecraft spider. She is. She's being a little piece of shit, quite frankly. Girl. Girl, come over here. Great. And there's a guy with a gun. Where is that creep? Let's see if I can get her to walk through here. Hey girl, come here. Sweetie. Come here, sweetie. Come here, baby. Yeah, girl. Do it. Idiot. Hey, girl. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I gotta look down, but also not destroy this. And that didn't happen. But that's okay. Well, there's still a man with a gun. Which is not ideal. That was the plan, yes. What the fuck ass ads? A man? You know, I saw the vision. I knew you would. Evans, hello. Chaos, hello. If I missed you, by the way. Hello. Aloha. If you will. Okay, I need to find some juice. Any juice up here? Ew. What's that? I heard something. Wait, is it a breakup song? Ooh, ooh, shit. Oh, shit. I guess that makes sense. What do the lyrics say? How much is this? Nice. How much is this? 18. Never has to be fine without him to figure out his own shit. Oh. Ooh, Sam, wait, what are you making? Have you told me this? I think they're done. I love he said bok. That's so funny. Oh. I'm scared. My gun's out of battery. I did kill a wench though, which is nice. Video so good. Oh, tea, Jaren, tea. Hi, Connie. How are you, doll? Oop. Oh, Justin Long's in it? I don't feel good about this. Why is the music changing? Girl. I'm just trying to get my weird worm to the extraction. The pod get muted a little. It's so funny. Worm. I love how it's not a worm at all, but I'm insisting on calling it a worm. Or like, long inside me. Oh! Hell yeah. Worm. Girl, what is that noise? What are we doing here? Girl. Looking down. Not looking at you. Wormy and I are minding our own business. I'm leaving. Yeah, laugh it up. Ew. Look who it is. Yeah, round 2? Round 2? Don't make me laugh. Rugrat being a freak. Not the freak. No, don't make me sing. No, don't make me sing. Service station. Alright. Let's go. Where's my 38 million? On this episode's crazy. When have I ever done that? Don't say that. I'm a good guy. Context, context. Ooh. Alright, let's do... some string. Good guy Carls. That's what they call me. I'm the poo baby Jubilee. To be fair, that baby did injure me. So they started it. I just finished it. It was... I was just protecting myself. You know what I mean? Actually, wait, I didn't kill that baby. Well, I killed one earlier, but I didn't kill that one. He got revived. Wait, speaking of drinking water, we literally weren't talking about that. I gotta pee. Thank you for your lurks, guys. You right, you right. Don't send it to the authorities. I do want to play a little bit more Repo though, but would you be down? I can't guarantee it. But hypothetically, if Chris was like, yeah, let's play some games, would you be down? He wouldn't play for long, and then we can do other stuff after. I'm down for it all. Next question. All right. All right, let me go pee. I'll be back.
Lets me go.
Hello. Oh. Oh my god, Dynamite's playing. Guys, this just reminds me of Red Dead Redemption now, which we've got to play more of soon. I haven't forgotten about it. I promise. Oh, it's cold. Guys, it's actually really cold today. Woo! What's the temperature? What is the temp? Probably not that hot or cold at all, but you know. Oh, okay. Oh, it's gonna start raining soon. Right. I would never forget about Arthur Morgs. I promise. I promise ye. It's hot as hell. I got the heater on this morning. Well, I put the heater on because it was icy in my house. I was like, girl. But then I guess I would rather that than the heat we usually get. Snail! Thank you for the sub! Wow,
Put your ass away, child!
Snail Lord
Real.
just
Cammy, real.
subscribed. Almost a year. Wow.
Do you press your coochie against the heater? When I'm making dinner, yeah. Or I'm making making him dinner. I'm kidding. No. Snail, thank you for 10. I appreciate you. I butchered that joke. I said that joke. What happened? I said that joke once and someone was like, that's the most foul thing you've ever said. I'm like, that's the most foul thing? I've said worse. Like, that's nothing. Oh my god, did it moan when I said coochie grill marks is crazy? Pretty in the dessert. Yeah, it doesn't make top 50 at all. I've said so much worse. No, you're a pleasure, Snail. You're an absolute pledge. Oh my god. Oh, a guitar. Oh, 3 extractions. I'm gonna speedrun this. You'll never see such a fast round in your life. Yes? I just said something juicy. Who was that? Wait, can you play Wonderwall? Yes! Look who it is. Gordon Ramsay himself. Girl. I don't need this. When is it my turn? He's so juicy, Tammy. Wanted to cook something up for you. Girl. The uh-oh is crazy. Oh, you broke it. Damn it. Oh, hey. Got him. Okay. Where's my gun? You're blasted. Okay. I was watching her bonk her shit earlier. You're back on bonk? I really, really, really want to bonk again soon. I'd be so bad at it. But God, I miss bonking. Bonk it! Guys, I wanted to buy something the other day. I obviously wasn't going to, but I was like, my soul needs this. And I'm so sad. Well, actually, I'm not, because fuck being a kid these days. But there was this toy, and it was like a mini, it was for kids. It was a little DJ deck for kids. And it had like a scratcher, like a wicka 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 wicka. And you could input music into it and everything. I was like, oh my God. That's so funny. Like, I wanted it so bad, but I was like, girl, please, thank you. What the fuck? When throne. That's so funny. Wow. Put it on throne is crazy. There's a toy sale that started. Maybe it's cheaper now. Let's check. It's honestly. It might be cheaper. Jack on this hammer till you. Big W DJ table. It is on special. Yes. Still probably too expensive. It is on special. It is on special. Guys, look at it. That could be me, man. That could be me. Look at it. Guys, I'm telling you, it's so good. This thing goes wicka 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 wicka. Oh. No. I'm showing you on YouTube. It's actually on special. That's so funny. VTech Kitty DJ Mix. Beck. Look at this.
Ready? Come on, come on. Jump around, time to party. Get those DJ mixes started. Make your own beats in different styles. You make the sound, the crowd goes wild. Cool effects and a disco light. VTech DJ mix all night. Kitty DJ mix by VTech.
And it has a light and it's so cool. Beck, why are you embarrassed? This is the greatest thing on earth. I wanted to buy it so bad.
Hey everyone, it's AJ, and I want to do a quick review on this Kitty Star, this DJ mixer from VTech. I actually saw a friend of mine using this when we went to a play date, and I had to get one for myself and for my daughter. She absolutely loves this. She's been using it for a couple months, and I want to walk you through some of the features and go over some of the common questions I saw asked in the reviews. So real quick, let's run through all the different features here. And you can turn it on by pressing this
Wait till
button.
you hear this, guys.
And it'll go into the first mode, which is DJ Party. And you can actually pick all the different tracks for the music that comes out. And there's a bunch of different music. So you have hip hop, you can scroll through, there's chill music, there's techno, there's electro pop.
You can hold to record your own sound effects.
All the way back to the beginning, here we go. And we'll turn up the music here so you can kind of hear the different beats. So you can change it up by hitting different tracks for each one. And then you have your turntable. That's probably my daughter's favorite part of the whole thing.
I'm gonna show you this video.
Overall slider here for volume. And then you have a slider for the track so your sound effects are a little louder. That way your child can like hear what they're doing a little bit better. There's lots of different sound effects here. But you can also make your own custom sound effects. So if you hold this down, DJ Dad.
Guys, isn't that the coolest toy you've ever seen? You have to make an alert using that. Guys, imagine what we could do with this. DJ Dad.
So that's pretty fun. And you also have some disco lights here, so you can press a button, have it spin around, which is really cool. And I will show you actually my favorite feature of this entire thing here. Hopefully in about 10 or 15 seconds it'll do it while we talk about it, and that is when your child's playing with this and they walk away, like they're done using it. That right there, it turns off automatically, which I love. So it detects if no one's using it for about 10 seconds, and it'll turn itself off. And that I really appreciate it. Now there's a few things you can do.
Guys, look, line in and Bluetooth.
Here you can plug your phone in. You can also link up with Bluetooth and play your own music in here, which is really fun. So you can use all the tracks, the DJ pad, everything with it. And you can also record music. So we'll go ahead and turn this back on. We'll head into the studio. And here you can record, or you can go listen to songs that you have recorded as well. And then there's also the Academy mode. And with the Academy mode, it'll give you a little timer. And it'll give you...
Isn't it so cool? Like, come on. And then they have a similar thing, but it's a drum kit. Are we learning how to DJ leggies? I want this so bad, and I know I don't need it, but it's so good. I'll show you the video of me loving it at the store. I'm probably dead in game. No, I'm not. Cool. We'll get back to this. But isn't that so cool? Nah, come on, you deserve it. You know what's funny? It wasn't on special, but then I saw the toy sale was starting today, and now it's on special. Buy it. Sam, I know. I know. I know. That's crazy. A little tree. I can't believe it's on special. That's so good. No. Tell me to take the edge off. Guys, what are you doing tonight? I'm going to DJ in my apartment on stream. Wait, Abby, that's not a thing? That's so cool. Hi, Modo. TJ Dad. Except it's now DJ Carl. I couldn't stop playing with it in the store. It was so good. It made me so happy. Like, come on. That's actually a really, like... That's a really fun, creative thing for kids. And I think it's a good price, too. Really, in the grand scheme of things. True, you would get new alerts out of it. You're right about that. Imagine me going in the DJ category one night and it's just off that thing. Because you can put your music in it. So I wonder how much I can do that. That's so funny, Abby. I like that. Henry, it's okay. I'm just happy it's on special now. I'll get the video for you. Wait. Let me ask for the video. And you've got gold. Wait, I'll say...
McMuffin just subscribed.
Yes. I'm telling chat about it. And guess what? It's on special. Okay. I will be showing you a video of me playing it in store when it arrives. Thank you so much for 60 months in tier 2. You're the best. How are you? Good to see you. DJ stream. It's alright. Let's go before I get distracted. DJ Carla. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Good DJs on my mind, I never give it up. Oh, let me message Chris because he might not be down. He might be too comfortable. Uh-oh. That stupid ass frog. Oh god. Okay. Everybody's heads go up and they stay there. You're gonna just make sure you overuse the horn. Eb, of course. I love how the horn was included. Eb, I think you did, but I also think you didn't. And I'm so jealous. Are you kidding me? I am so jealous. When? Yeah, Chris was down to play some games offline. But he also might be on the couch rotting. So, it's up to him if he wants to do a little something something. Hi T-Pain, do you want to do a collab stream? I'll be on the decks. You do the vocals, okay? I want to go to Pitbull so bad. I'm so jealous. She's doing okay, Moto. She was meant to have a vet appointment tomorrow, like a follow-up, but she still has meds to take, so I'm thinking about rescheduling just to finish her antibiotics. She's better in a lot of ways, but she's still sicky, I think. Every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up. Oop. Now, can I stand it up is the question. I think I can. Oh no. That was actually smooth. Duck is a friend until you hurt it. Then it can kill you. Hey, girl. Okay. Okay. Exhibit A. Hey, frog. Oh my god. Wait, Henry, you reckon? I'll take it. Okay. Everybody's head. Oh god. What did we? Why is this in my head? What? Wait, who started? Was that Goobs? Did Goobs start that? Why is it in my head? You wait. Triz, thank you. How are you, doll? And thank you, Web, for the resub. I appreciate it. A lot. I would play some Overwatch or Fort with Chris, but also, if not, I have backup. Hold. Play Underwatch. Wait, Modern Warfare 2? Wait, is that that's the older one, right? I actually didn't think we'd escape. Excuse me. Why is there a seagull? Are we at the beach? Hello? Sure. Wait, what are we at? Guys, let's go to the beach. Eat little getaway. They say what they're gonna say. Alright, let's do this. 9k. I just liked playing Overwatch with Chris with his comms. We're just over communicating. That was the funniest part. Oh, nice. Thank you, Mamaj. Mamaj. What were some call outs Chris and I were doing? I don't remember. They all felt so wrong. I forget. But I was having a good time. Nice. God, I miss Black Ops 6. But also, I'm in my Overwatch era again, Tristan. I don't know if I told you. I'm like full on in my Overwatch era. I'm here. I think the last time we played Cammy was my Friday last week. I like when it would become personal, like Jeffy's one in the backline, yeah, because I would be like, Chris is in that room. And he's like, all right. I'm like, what? You're on the other team. I have to communicate that. It was good, Cammy. We did Shaq. Well, you might see I have 20 gifted from him in my leaderboard, on the leaderboard. We made a bet. I was like, all right, Shaq versus Clunt Overwatch. 20 gifted on the line. And we just kept winning. Thank God I needed that. Thanks, Chris. But the Clunts just kept winning. So here we are. I know. I know. All we do is win. Oh no, Tammy, what was your game like? I'm like properly learning it now. Because I was the same, Tammy. I would jump on once a year and be like, all right, fuck this. But I don't know, I'm learning more now. Like I even love playing, I love playing Diva at the moment too. Is my one non-cozy game. Real. Always get the last one alive, so the last one. I was always the last one alive, so the last one to get back to the point by the time I got that. Oh no. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely have games like that too. Ooh, I need to do more cardio too. Cardio. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. The money on my mind, I never given up. Same, Cammy. But I'm starting back up. I swear. I cannot talk, I'm a filthy judo main, but I can play most support DPS. Hell yeah. Yeah, Lee, that's fair. I want to learn Ramacha properly. I love him. I just want to be like, my aim is to play Overwatch. Like I can play mostly every character. Like, I don't know. I just really want to grind it. And I don't like, this is just, it just kind of happened again. That's another thing. Oh, give me the tea. Tanks and some healers do way too much damage for the yeah, it's really hard. Like, I know support is not just healing. Like, it's good to support the team and get some picks and stuff. But it is annoying when one healer isn't helping enough with healing. Like, they're getting some DPS, which is great. Like, they're getting some kills. But, like, it's yeah, when you get a DPS healer, when they just need to heal, is really frustrating. I'll always make sure I have more healing than damage. But I will still, obviously, get some picks when I can. But, like, heal. You know? Yeah. Or it's hard when the tank can't make space for the team. And then maybe they're learning tank and they are struggling a little bit, because then you feel it as well. Yeah. Or you know what was happening the other day in comp? We ended up winning it. It was really good. my DPS were running in like really deep. And they'd be like, can you switch off? We need more healing. And I looked at my healing. And at that point when they said that, I think I was on 15k healing. And then the teammate was on like 11k healing. Like we were actually healing so much, but their positioning wasn't ideal. But I'm not going to say that to them because it just sounds like we're all attacking each other. And it's like, I don't need to switch. That's not the issue. The issue is I can't reach you to heal you because you're getting a bit too excited, which is fair because I get that way too. But you need to just stay a little bit closer. You know, that's frustrating. Ooh, I want to get better at Kiriko as well. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I think I ended the game on like over 20k heals. Which like, getting 20k heals, you can still lose a game. So I'm not saying like I was perfect. Like we're all making mistakes, but yeah, they were just going in and dying. I'm like, girl, the payload's back here. Yeah. I just want to get better, you know? I think I'm nearly gold 2 support, but it's like you're kind of stuck there. Because you can have like 6 good games and then you'll just have 6 bad games. And you're like, ugh. Yeah. Oh my god, Tristan, no! Leave me alone. Me when I get too excited. No, I do. But it's been really nice. I've really been enjoying it. I've really been enjoying it. Because I wasn't really playing a lot of games off stream for a while there. Happily, you know, and I don't play games on the weekend. Like I'm always so busy that I don't touch games. So I get really excited when I'm like, oh yeah, I get to play some Overwatch with Mimi on my lap. I don't know. There's something about that game that really scratches my head. My brain, I should say. I'm a bit cocky in flow state. Yeah, get him. I would like to practice all roles and be decent in all of them. I can be a decent diva to be honest, but I don't play much. I don't play other tanks, so I got to practice all of them. Where is this? Tank is the last step to playing all. I can't believe I was looking at my hours and I truly didn't realize that support is my most played thing. I thought it was DPS, but healer does. I like healer, being a healer so much. So that makes sense. I think it's my role. Oh, a finger. Live, laugh, diva only. LOL. God, now I want to play Overwatch. Guys, what are you doing to me? Who are you? Thank you. She's a nurse. Chris hasn't responded. I think he's flopping. Oop. Oh, the winky face. You clown. Alright. Oh, Chris. I'm gonna message him going. Well, I'll FaceTime him. See if he answers. I don't think he'll answer. Right on my nose. Maybe he's having wife time. I think he's using the bidet. Record video. Hi, Chris. I tried to FaceTime you, and you were busy. We should play Overwatch. If you're not a little pussy. Okay. I sent it to him. See if he responds. He's locked in on the wife, I think. Bloody hell. Must be nice having a wife as beautiful as Shan. I too wouldn't play Overwatch. 1-3-0-0-6-5-5-0-6. Locked in sounds really foul. Pixel? I love how much he's on his Overwatch shit that he came into my chat, I think an hour into stream maybe, not even, and went Overwatch. But girl, I reckon Gran would play. But she also would be so tired. 12 calls from Carla in the background. True, Twinkie. True. Also, I'm getting a new litter box from Mimi. Again, no one asked, but I just feel like she's not happy in her current one. And Clay's just not it. It's just not it. I do want to play with Lope soon, Lullaby. I would love that. Lopes and I just like to plan more. Especially when we're streaming. But I do invite Lopes all the time. I love that man. We're always like, let's game. And then we plan something and then it's like, oh, I can't do that day. Really? Okay, I'm either a sock or I got lucky. Because Mimi will shit in anything if it's in the box. I think she'll like the change because it's just so dusty. Like, it's actually so dusty. It's getting everywhere. I'm like, what? I think maybe it's her... I think... Well, I don't know if I'm going crazy or not, but it's never been this dusty before. So either they've changed the formula or her winter coat is picking it up more. I don't know. If you're not a pussy, it's crazy. Crazy comms. I do have to charge my gun. Shit. Oh, I thought that was a cat. All right. Where's the items? I know there was a big ass toe. All right, there's that. Nice. Come to mummy. Give me the small little items. I need this. I do see that I'm gonna fall into that hole at some point. Hello, Onion. Pretty good. We've been watching, we watched some game trailers as well. Who the hell? Oh, I thought that was a dog. And we were talking about how much I've been enjoying Overwatch as well. And that's it. You're all caught up. How are you, doll? What's that? 5,000. Pixel. All over your watch. Yeah. Alright. I've heard that one before. I've heard that one before. Tammy. Okay, bits. Excuse you. Tim Tam Slam. Caught. Caught. I appreciate it though. Thank you. My God. My God. All over your watch. Yeah. Handgun. Oh, guys, I got the blicky from Tammy. I have the firearm. Happy Nurses Week! Handy? Yeah. I'm being blicked up. Where is... Oh, my leg is going dead because I'm sitting in such a stupid position, but... Oh. Oh, Tammy. I thought I was being attacked. Wizard Blicky. Thank you. Oh, I'm so gonna kill myself with this. Liz, my goat. How are you? Tammy, thank you. Oh my God. Seeing all my goats today. Shit. Onion, what was that for? Not fireball, no! Thank you, Tammy. Oh my God, I really hope I can survive this. One eye. What is this? Oh, is this the onion? Wait, I think I remember this.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion. So it's a 6-pound onion. It's also an onion where the onion is put. This is the tip of the onion. The onion is not the knife around the onion. Remove the pepper skin of the onion. Dice an onion. Cut the onion in half on the onion. An onion. Then the onion with onion right here. Onion. The onion.
Girl. Onion. That is the onion. Girl, that is absolutely so funny that I have that as a command. I must have liked it so much that I made it a command. There was also another command that I made. Is it sausage? I don't remember. Oh, damn, I lost it again. There's this video that will always be one of my favorite videos on the internet. It is so niche, but it's a hot dog. Wait. Is it a hot dog? Oh no. Is it a sausage? Fuck, now I don't remember. God. Oh, what is it? I think it's a sausage in a bikini with a big eyeball. Oh no, there's a no. There's a sausage lying in the back. It's a white screen with a sausage and then this eyeball. But the head is the eyeball and that's it. And then they're in a bikini. And it's dancing to like dim 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 dim, and that's the whole video. And we found it recently. And What video? Did you actually find it? Oh my god. This is my favorite video. Hilarious bikini eyeball woman dancing next to sausage. I love this video. Hilarious! It's so niche. It only has 6K views. I've been looking for this exact video for a month. How long does it go for? 56 minutes. No, I forgot how it looked because I knew a sausage was involved. I knew it was a sausage. And I was like, okay, it's sausage in a bikini. And then I was like, wait, no. The sausage is just lying down in the background. This is my favorite video, I think, of all time. Because you really can't make this shit up. That made me happy. I'm gonna re-like it. I actually might put this on my, in a playlist. Does he have anything else in here? Or is it just... Oh my god, that's so random. How did he... I'm downloading it. Does that mean I have it? Or does that just mean it's downloaded? Oh, I don't have it. But I will download it and I will make it an alert. Wait, is Chris watching? I don't think he's in here. I think we're safe. I'm gonna send this to him on Discord. I'm gonna say this reminded me of you. So Overwatch. Oh, I'm gonna message him on every platform. I'm gonna message him on Instagram. Overwatch. I'm responding to his stories. And then I'm gonna DM him on his private. And then I'm gonna Facebook message. Overwatch. And then I'm going to send him a message on X, which you'll hate. And then what else is there? I'll text Shan. Does Chris want to Overwatch? Okay, cool. Perfect. I gave it such an important time. That's one of my favorite. I don't know how I even found it. Okay, 18k healing. Pop off. Onion. 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 Hi, Els. Do you get the onion? Girl. Imagine if I died there. Onion. Why do I make it a secret password? The hell? That's so random. Because you're silly? True. You right, you right. I truly forget lore sometimes. Girl, what is he doing? Where's my gun? Oh no. Liz, huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What the hell? Where'd me gun go? Is it in here? Oh. Wait, so you just don't get paid? Huh? Tammy, not the extreme blicky. I gotta find your thing. I don't know where it went. Oh, is it in here? Oh. Over here? Is it blue? Oh, blue. Is it all the way over here? Aha. Got the blicky. What the hell, Liz? Hello? What the hell is this? I'm so scared. That's the most random thing I've ever seen in my life. The way that I can hear that in my head. I can hear the dun 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 dun. Oh my god. Wow. What a gift. What a gift I've been given. Thank you, doll. That's funny. We needed this. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Liz, right, okay. Did you say anything? Were you like, hang on, and then what did they say? Embers, give me the question. You know, Carla, what a gift you've given us also. Els, unfortunately, you guys are the gift that keeps on giving. My big ass finger. Hi, Riley. The gift that keeps on gifting. Huge finger. How do you survive the chompy head man? Like the big ass head? So usually I see him when I have a Glock and I just go in with my gun. If I don't have a gun and I have stamina, I can just outrun him and hide and wait for him to go. If I don't have any of those things, but I'm strong, I can usually like throw him into something and then he sometimes dies. Get out of here, finger. If I have none of those things, yeah, not good. But like you can lose, yeah, you can lose line of sight and hide. He can chomp you underneath, but you can like, for example, if he's coming at you this way, you can go under here. And if you go further enough, he really can't get you. And then you'll come and patrol this side and you can move here and like loop him a little bit. And then you'll give up and run away. But I also love a blicky on that man. But honestly, he is annoying, so it's, yeah, very valid question. Hopefully that counts. Headman was my name in high school. Watch me die to a headman. I think Chris is getting on, which is really funny because he didn't even react to all the ways I messaged him. I think he literally is just like, yeah, okay. I'm like, oh. He probably thinks this is normal behavior. Damn it. Sneeze. Sausage time. No, Embers, there was a time, and I know we all remember this well if you were around when I first started Repo, but there was a time where I would always, like, I couldn't make it past, I think, level 4 or 6 on my own because I would die all the time. And then pre a million monsters in the game, when there was only like 8, whatever, I kind of just learnt over time how to kill all of them. And then I got far too confident in killing these losers. I still die very easily, but I can now, like, if I really lock in, I can probably get past level 10 easy by myself. Because once you learn how to kill the monsters and you have a lot of strength, a lot of them you can just pick them up and whack them against the wall a million times and they die. But if you're weak, like if you don't have a lot of strength upgrades, then yeah. Oh. Hey.
I'll see you at desk.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
How do I exit?
How do I leave?
How do I leave? I'm old.
Okay. All right. No, you whack them against a wall. Wait, is he in his disc or is he gonna call me? Call me. I look quite pretty. Oh. Hello?
Yo.
Did you see all the ways I tried to contact you?
Yeah, you called me like 15 times, but my phone was on silent.
First of all, I called you once. That's crazy. Second of all, I left a voice memo.
I have 5 missed FaceTimes.
That's not true. It's only once. That's weird. Second of all, I responded to each of your stories. I DM'd you. Both Instagram accounts. I DM'd you on X. I texted Shan.
X?
I know.
Shan's asleep.
That's so funny. I text. I'm like, is Chris playing Overwatch? And then I messaged you on Facebook. I messaged you everywhere.
Facebook. I was making Photoshop stuff.
Nice, but like I just wanted to be annoying. But I mean, you're here, so.
Bro wants to game.
Well, you don't have to.
yeah, you do.
Okay.
What's the plan?
All right, what do you feel like doing?
What are the options?
I think you know what the options are.
Well, I know it's Overwatch, but like, what's the joke?
What, do you want to play West Hunt first? Stop begging me.
West Hunt? I'd rather fucking go to sleep.
Yeah, I know. Did you see the video I sent you?
No.
You should play it. It has ass vibes written all over it.
Hilarious bikini eyeball woman dancing next to sausage.
Yeah, play it.
Let's see. This is 6,000 views. No one's seen this.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so good.
That's just you when you're hungry.
I was saying to everyone, because I made a command with it years ago, because I was like, there was this video I watched years ago, and I need to find it, and like saying it out loud's crazy, because you're like, okay, it's a bikini, but the head's an eyeball, it's next to a sausage. And I found it, and it's, yeah, only 6K views, and... Sausage. Anyway, do you want to Overwatch or Fort first? I think we're clamoring for Overwatch, right? With insane
I'm not playing
comms.
Fort.
Oh, okay.
Just Fort. I mean, just Overwatch.
Okay. Well, pause the prediction, guys.
What's the prediction?
How long I'll last in the repo?
Aww.
We'll finish it after. Oh, watch Overwatch.
After what?
Set game. I'm so out of it. I just did watch Overwatch.
Watch Overwatch, guys. Watch it. Watch yourself.
Please watch Overwatch.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get some water.
Okay. That's so funny. My bad. Okay, this wasn't on the plan once again, but sometimes we like being YOLO. Why not? Sarah, I got you. If it's one thing I do in this lifetime, it's that. What's a couple round between pals? Exactly. Me and who? Me and who? You know Gran's tired when she's not on Overwatch. That's when you know. Gran texted me yesterday. It was really funny. Gran messaged me going, I miss you. Where are you? And I said, I miss you. I'm not home, but tomorrow. And then she goes, when will you return from war? How's it going, Chip? Yeah. Not good, not bad, not bad. How are you, Dom? Sarah, yes. I think Chris and I want to do a day where we do the customs again. What are you wearing? 4 rounds. I'm glad you're good. Huge. We need this. Desperately, I feel. Black screen. I really want to meet Jake from State Farm. Is State Farm like a Walmart? Did Chris leave? No, he's going to get a drink. Should I update my Fortnite? Are you guys liking it or what's the vibe? Should I download the update? I know. Oh, it's insurance. Oh, my bad. Grant, after streaming 5 days in a row. Sorry. So Australian. She's got a whole bazingas out, guys. Jeez. Lavender, I know. It's red, isn't it? Imagine it wasn't even red either. That'd be embarrassing. Mel burgers and menus. No, but State Farm's red, right? Commander, hello. Guys, you want to see my diva skin? No one asked.
Let's see here.
Yep.
Thomas Spanks.
Yep.
How do I join your fuck ass group, dude?
All
There we go.
right. Yum.
I'm in there.
All right. So, what's your vibe? What do you want to play?
I want to kill.
So your DPS.
Thank you
for the sub. Should I just heal? I really want to
Put
take,
your
but
ass
I'm
away,
scared.
child.
Scared of what?
Walk just subscribed.
Wani, I just
I
scared.
saw you get online, Chrismal side eye.
Oh, people are seeing me get online. Guys, look away. Look away. Wait, do you like the
I wanna
new
try
Fort
Bastion.
season or no?
Haven't tried it yet. That's why I'm saving for stream.
Ew. Try it first on my stream.
Damage. Cool.
All right, should I heal? I'll heal to warm up. I'll heal to warm up. We need comms though.
I'm excited for Thursday.
Me too. I'm very keen.
You tell chat yet?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. Because someone was like, oh, you should play this game. I'm like, we are. Sorry. I thought it was general knowledge. What are you streaming tomorrow?
Road to Empress 2.
Do you reckon I should play number 1?
100%.
What is it like? Like a choose your own thing?
Choose your own adventure, yeah.
Really?
But yeah, I think you'd like it.
Will I cry?
No. I feel like you're nerfed from Zoloft, right?
Oh, well, I
Or do
wouldn't
you,
say
or do you
I'm.
still cry?
No, I cry, but I maybe not as much.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
I'll cry at like specific things.
Have you seen Backrooms yet?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Carla, thank you for
I don't go to the
16
movies.
though.
I want to.
How are
It's
you?
tough.
You're so basic, I know. No,
You don't have to mute, by the way.
No, I feel annoying.
No, I don't care. I was already watching, so now I feel like if I can't, because I can't hear, so I feel awkward.
Okay. Sorry, last night was so good.
Thanks. I have special emotes for tomorrow.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because I feel like you did it and it went pretty well.
Oh, like the badge thing?
Yeah.
Oh, are you doing like a Road to Empress
These are the
badge?
ones. These are the ones that I'm doing.
Oh, sick. I'm scared. What?
They're on disc.
Wait.
Because what's tomorrow's date?
Girl. Okay. Well, for me, it's different because
Doesn't count.
Okay.
What?
Guys. Please, how are you? Guys, it's 6-9 tomorrow. Happy 6-9, guys. Yeah,
I'm
that's
trying
nice.
Bastion, so if I'm bad, don't make fun of me. What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, I'm kidding. You'll be great. Guys, Chris will be like, oh, I'm so bad at this. I'm trying it out. And then play the game.
I have 10 minutes of playtime with this guy.
He'll get play the game. Calling it. Where's your skin?
Wish I remembered Shifu's battle advice.
Yeah, it's a skin you'll never get. How about that, bud?
Shouldn't have slept through his classes.
BlizzCon 2016, look it up.
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You can bounce if you shoot your bum at your feet.
Whoa, that's fun. Cool.
To be honest, Axel, I thought that was going to be a troll. I didn't know. I was like, fuck, I hope it's not a troll. Never played Bastion has the rarest skin that exists. Oh my god. Oh, they have a jetpack hat.
I'll tell him to shut up.
Yeah.
Got him.
Get those losers. Tank, I can't see you, babe. You can't hear me, but... Oi! Whoa! I got the cat.
Double kill.
Yeah.
Put your ass away, child.
Else underscore
Lock in,
bells
lock in.
underscore just subscribed.
Yeah.
Chrismal side eye, Chrismal legs.
Bro, Bastion's fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
What the hell? Are they kidding? This is stupid.
Yeah. Els, thank you for the stubby as well. Okay, random phantom train. Love. I love how you're just glorping around.
Great work, team.
So cute.
Let's keep it going.
How'd you get that skin? A code?
You had to go to the event.
Oh, that's fun.
Thanks.
Yeah, this game is very overstimulating. However, I don't know why, but it scratches my brain.
help.
I'm here. You're gonna die.
Oh, I got fucking
Yeah.
shit on set. That's okay.
I'm going to die.
Got a little too big for my britches.
Nice. Everyone's dying. Play it cool. Yeah, this game's a dopamine thing for me, but I will admit is...
Dopamine.
Dopamine. But I will admit that sometimes there is a lot going on, and my brain's like, holy crap, overload. But it makes me happy.
Knock them from the barricade.
Pick it up. We're about to lose our lead.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like it. Lock in, guys. Lock in.
We'll stop the enemy from advancing.
I'm gonna die. Why'd I do that? Get in there, sexy. I've literally done nothing with this ult. Oh god. Oh god.
You know what my ult does?
Yep. So you...
Oh, need help.
You got this. I'm dead.
Oh, where they all come from, Jude?
Do the ult without me telling you and you'll love it.
That doesn't help.
Okay. it basically sends bombs to 3 areas you choose.
Ooh. So do it when I'm close to them?
Your little rainbow? You're my little rainbow. It's basically an airstrike, yeah. You right, you right. 3 airstrikes from above. Yeah, also you want to hide when you do it. Because they can kill you. Because you're not active. Oh, girl. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Minor perk unlocked.
Yeah! Use your perk.
Time to put a stop to their efforts.
Echoy. Quadruple kill. Hey, babe. Hey, honey. Let's strike into the wasteland,
buddy. Get the fuck out of the fucking game, mate.
I too love neon.
Dude, you should be a voice actress.
No, I'm not good, but you are. You shaved your bush.
Bro.
What?
Don't tell everyone.
Okay. Looks really nice. He sent me a pic.
Guys, she's actually lying. She's gonna get me in trouble. What the fuck?
He gardens, guys. I don't know what you're thinking. You got this, gang. Yep, saw that. We're
Triple
so
kill,
bad.
let's play the game, eat my shit.
Robot is on the move.
Sorry.
Told you. Oh, install failed. Was I not playing Fortnite? What the
Bro, there's no way you're
fuck?
installing Fortnite while playing Overwatch. Are you on crack? And streaming? You're actually silly as fuck.
Okay. Well, it
Sorry.
failed, so you won, okay? You got what you wanted.
I'm just being for real.
Hello, Sydney. How are you doing? Oh, they got the reckoning. Where's that fucking Mercy?
Dead is where. they
Yeah,
are.
yeah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Ah! Ah!
I'm like, what the hell's happening over there, man?
Sorry. Look, that was naughty, but it could have worked. But the immortality field. Grow up. Chris is bullying us. I just shaved my bush. Kristen, thank you. I am keen for the next Shaq Clunt custom match. That became such
need
an
to figure it
unsafe
out,
room.
man.
I know, I probably shouldn't have done that. Thank you for the sub. That was super fun though.
Put your ass away,
It was.
child.
We'll have to play again when I'm actually good at the game.
You are good at the game.
Malithepalo just
When
subscribed.
I'm actually good.
Whoa, Carl's Kermy love.
Oh my god, stop that. I gotta move. CD! Clint! Yes! You got this, Ramatra. Don't fumble the bag. You got this. Oh! Hey, girl! Yeah, CD! We didn't plan the last one, but we'll plan the next one so I can get people. We can both get people in ahead of time.
Yeah, I gotta let the ranked players know next time. Nah, come on, go.
Oh, Mel, thank you for 32.
Whoa.
That's huge. You
We'll,
know
we'll
what?
have to do a day when Granny and Jeffy are busy. Nah, I'm joking.
No, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about there?
Yeah, get him. Oh, the reckoning. Get that bloody Moira.
10 seconds remain.
Oh, the immortality field.
Immortality field.
Oh! Time!
Overtime!
Overtime! Quadruple kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Quadruple
Play of
kill!
the game.
LOL! Six double kill! Forward spawn lost. Not good enough,
Don't
team.
let him score.
Not good enough. No, I'm joking.
I'm dead as fuck, dude.
Oh my god, lock in.
Come on, get him. Get him.
Lock in.
Get him, get him, get him, get him. Come on. Go, go, go.
Oh, I didn't mean to go in. Oy, oy.
Come on, Tom. Come on, Thomas. Lock in, dude. What the hell was that sound?
Nice. Guys, we're
That's
the
how we
best.
play the game, guys.
Hello, Chris in chat. Hello, sorry. It took me 15 seconds for me being here before I heard. I just shaved my bush.
Give me the play of the game and say nothing. As my
Go
first time
on.
playing as him.
Yeah, I told you it would happen.
on.
Sorry!
Oh, Tom Spanks.
Sorry, it's mine!
What is this? I don't even know who you are. How do you play? Who is this?
Grow up. Yeah.
Who is this?
Moira.
Moira?
I'm getting Echo's
Oh.
loser ass. Honestly, that didn't deserve it, but I still got it. And vote for me. Click my name.
Yeah, I did, dude.
Can we get 4? Can we get 4?
Why's-
Yes! Can we get 5?
Why's your skin mythic?
Because I'm the goat. Okay, we'll take 4. Oh wait, I gotta show you guys. Let me leave this game. I'm getting the video of me enjoying the thing. Hold.
Ah. Don't show that on stream. I'm opening a loot box. Anyone give a fuck?
I do, yeah.
Give me a legendary. Ah, 2 epics. Ooh, wait, 2? I got... Oh my god, I got a Bastion skin and a Roadhog skin.
Wow. All right, this is, so I want to get this kid DJ set, but I didn't because I was like, girl. But this is how much how much fun I was having playing it. So I'm going to show you guys just how much fun we could be having. Update complete. I don't care. Where is my super suit? This is crazy.
Where is my super suit? I'm texting the old fucks chat, so don't say anything. But you're still a little bit, girl. You love a bit. You love filming for a bit.
I do. I found this DJ set that I wanted to get. Guys, look again.
Sorry for talking during it.
Thank you. I am a bit girl. You're right. I am a bit girl. And as I should be, I want that machine. I gotta show you my bits, but oh, whoa. Pause. I want to show you.
Good night.
Have you seen my
Night, guys.
No, wait, come back. Okay. Have I shown you my Ratatouille bit?
Probably.
I don't think I have. I love my Ratatouille bit. Clipped. Great.
Freak.
Oh, I love...
Now entering King's Row.
Come on, Bastion. Lock in.
All right, you better get a kill. No, Kyle, we can't. All right, lock in.
I'm gonna make an OnlyFans and just post my play of the games on it. What do you think?
But like, can you put a little bit of shaft in it just once?
You are a real piece of work.
It's Pride Month. Think about how many people would get so much happiness from that.
Bro just says things.
Sorry. If anything, I want you to know something. I am just probably maxed out comfortable with you to say whatever the fuck I want because I love your reaction.
Oh yeah, no, it's very, very clear.
Okay. Sorry for trying to be your manager.
It's just funny because like there's no world where I do the same thing to you.
Try it. Ready?
Like you know what?
Ready?
No.
Hey, I'm gonna make an OnlyFans for my play of the game.
Awesome, dude. Good luck with that. Or in typical Chris fashion. Thanks. You won't have any posts.
Okay. That's not fair.
No, you got it last game. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. So when are you gonna make it?
I'm not.
Okay. Bro, scared to make $1 million. Gonna be honest with you guys, I'm out of piss. It's right, guys. Regroup. Regroup. Guys, fall back. Fall back. Showing clam while gaming. Alright, group up, guys. Group up. Where's my Bastion? There he is. Just saying that's really funny. Get him, Bastion. They're all hanging here like a freak. I'm gonna die. 20 miles. Damn. I played pickleball and my thighs hurt.
Good. You get a little chafe?
No chafing, but thank you for inquiring.
Problem. Diva's on my ass.
I'm here. I'm not.
Killed her, actually. She's bad.
Nice. A business idea? Go for it. Oh my god, Burger Shaft is so funny.
Heaven Stabenish.
Wait, think about it, Chris. I know you'll never do it. But if you wanted to, Burger Shaft is actually
Guys,
so
this is
funny.
crazy. Look at the... We're playing Overwatch. Wow, look at that. That's awesome.
You're not even in
my God.
the game.
What'd you say?
You were spawning back in.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm just like, so excited to be playing Overwatch.
Yay, that's really good. We got this, guys. Lock in. All right. Yep. Yep. Oh, she's nerfing it. What a loser. Oh, not the dragons, Chris. Chris, I'm gonna need more comms from you.
Dragon knees.
I promise I won't bring up Shaft again.
Thanks. It's like you're... Never mind.
What?
All right, we got you. Lock in here.
What am I?
You're good. You're good for it.
Chris is hoping chat will move on. Yeah, Em, you should do it. Locked and loaded.
Did you ever beat Elden Ring or Elden Ring or not really?
No, I didn't.
Oh my god, you gotta go back to that.
I know. Not that I didn't like
Thanks.
it. It was kind of just like... Oh my god. Oh no.
Come on,
oh,
who's ready
no.
for an Elden Ring stream from Carla?
I think they'd rather eat dirt.
What?
But not in a bad way. I'm just not an Elden Ring gal.
You could be.
Yeah, get him. Striker, hello. Nice ult.
Was it bad?
No, it wasn't bad at all.
I don't think I got a kill, so you're being mean in front of people.
No, I thought you got a kill.
I don't think I did.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay. I'll just remember that for a little bit.
No, you won't.
I will.
You've been medicated.
There's one thing I'll remember is that.
That's not true at all. You remember our good times at Sev.
Nah.
Can we go back to Japan together?
I might go like low key soon.
And like, am I welcome or?
I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, guys, that's a no.
It's not a no, dude.
He wants to spend time with his wife and only his wife, and that's not fair because Shan's my wife.
Bro, name 4 things about her.
Huh? I'll name 1 million. Yeah, I send her gifts and Pokemon. She has to text me, but I get it done. Yeah, get him. Oh, it's not you. Fuck.
Would you actually be down to go back? I thought it was up there.
No, I would love to go back because I wasn't medicated when I was over there.
Oh.
And I feel like,
really?
yeah, I had a great time, but I also struggled a lot when I was over there.
Really?
Yeah. I think I masked pretty well. There's obviously moments where you knew I wasn't, but it was hard. But I had a great time. Hence why I want to do it again.
Of course.
I just need to hear the noises.
It's a pretty close flight for you, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, if we're there, we could definitely like link up.
Link.
Like, I'll let you know.
Oh god. Oh, not good. I'm all over the place. God. Guys, another vlog. Another 50-hour vlog.
Still need to finish my vlog.
I know, I need to find my footage. There's so much missing. Oh no. I'm dead. She wants do-overs.
Not on my watch. Oh!
Chris would have a blast in Australia. Mimi, funny voices, really good food. Yeah.
But how much better is it than like than other places?
You'll have such a good time, and the vlog will you'll just have the best time. Like you'll be like, fuck, I wish I came sooner. But you do have animals, so I understand. But it's the best.
Megaroni7 just resubbed for 26 months.
26? Okay.
26 in this economy? Yeah, right.
Wow. Oh, I'm gonna die again.
We needed this.
No, I actually needed that. Thank you.
Oh! I got fucking hit by the ult.
That's a stunning prime. Enemy turret here.
Dead.
Yep.
"30 seconds remaining."
We can do this, guys. Lock in.
Come on, keep going.
You got this, guys. Lock in the Mercy. Get the Mercy.
Mercy's annoying. She's flying above.
Someone. Yep. Yep. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, Bastion. Yep. That's my absolute goat, I think.
Come on.
Yeah.
Go, gamers.
Stunning. Stunning. Yeah. The payload.
Nerf this.
Ugh. 26
Dude, I'm
next Monday.
D-boring.
Oh, stunning. I can't believe how far this year's going. We're in June. What do you mean? Whatever do you
Crazy
mean?
kind of.
I know. Oi. Melburger.
What?
Yeah.
Alamaritona.
You crazy. You crazy girl. Yeah, get it. Yeah, get them. Yeah, my king. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's
Yeah.
next, bitch?
Yeah.
Oh, get him.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Who is next?
Later, Bastion, you're now pieces, dude.
Yep.
I got a reward.
You're the Alari?
Oh, watch out for that thing.
That's my goat. Oh, I have the payload. I'm sure you do. Oop.
We need this, we need this, we need this.
You got this. Oh no. Oh yeah, get them. Oh, they're nerfing this.
Oh shit, fuck.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Someone's gotta get on the thing.
I'm on it, but I'm gonna die.
Oh, fuck it.
Hey, you know
That's
what?
rough.
Pretty good.
Well played, Beth. Well met. Who's
Well
the Alari?
played.
What's that? Who's Alari?
Our enemy healer.
That motherfucker.
Popping off.
GG's. Feel free to boost me if you want.
Boost you? Oh yeah, I'll do this. Ready? Do something even better. Watch this. Feel free to vote for me if you want.
Always do.
Can I see a 3 or a 4? Guys, I'm gonna need more votes. Guys, why is there only a 2?
It's nice to be appreciated.
I bet it would be nice to be appreciated, Mercy, and I guess I'm not.
Did you play as Mercy?
No.
Oh.
I'm joking. Yeah, that Mercy was really bright. GG's. Good game. Good game. Winter, good night, doll. Have a bloody good sleep. Look at us go.
Have a bloody good fucking
Oh, I have a
night,
loot box.
alright. Open it, dude.
Okay, ready? Watch this.
You're watching. Give her something to talk about here. Holy shit, that sucks. You know what? It's not too bad.
The holy shit, that sucks is so funny.
Hey, his belly button is a piece of coal. That sucks.
Ew, was it?
Yeah, look.
Wait, I'm looking.
Alright, or who cares?
Oh. Yeah. But you know what's
That's a
worse?
Maltese belly button? You can't say that, Emre. Come on. We know Carla's that.
Okay. Carla's, that's crazy. But I want to draw your attention, guys. I'm joking to this fuck ass skin.
Who?
Hey, Raj. Hi, sweetie. Mommy's home. I made you
Hey,
meatloaf.
Don't forget to go to bed.
I made
That's
your
such like
favorite.
That's such a mom who never goes out to dinner, talking, like, coming home and like, getting the babysitter out of there, like, after a night out.
I'm
She's
having a
always
girls'
working 'cause
night
she's
out.
married to the job.
Hey, I'll have a
Yeah.
martini and make it extra dirty. Mommy
Make it
doesn't
a
drink
triple.
much anymore. Can I have extra olives? I'm feeling naughty. Okay, let's queue up.
I hate my kids. I'm just kidding. Damage.
I'll do all. I'll queue up for all and see what we get. You should do that too.
No,
Okay.
I can't.
Charlotte,
Weird.
oh, Verwa. I'll pay with my American Express credit card. Platinum.
When's the next big stream?
Either end of this month or start of next.
You're taking that many days off?
Yeah.
You're not. That's it. Like after today, the next month.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So I'm doing a 72-hour stream today.
Ooh, I'm doing a 48-hour next week.
Are you actually?
And I'm sleeping. Yeah, and I'm sleeping on stream and shit.
No, you're not.
And shitting on stream too. Yeah.
No, you're
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Shitting on stream is crazy.
Traveling to New Queen Street.
Yeah, for every 5 gifted, we're going on the toilet.
That's crazy. But we should do a 24-hour stream together.
No. I'll do a 24-hour when I feel like I need to. Like I feel like right now I can't. I have too many things going on with all my little guys. I would do a 12-hour. 12-hour? Going once?
Yeah, we should do 12-hour.
Did you fake end your stream because I said that?
Because it was funny. You're like, no. It was funny.
You're right. Though to be fair though, like,
yes.
At my big age, a 24 hours is risky.
Me too.
Yeah, right.
No, but we should do a 12.
You were fine afterwards.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I looked pretty good.
You ran a fucking marathon after.
True. But we should do a 12-hour together and do like a game wheel and just lock in. 12,
Good.
sorry.
Game
That's
wheel.
a wrap, Sully. Better be eating dairy and beans. Hey guys, lock in. There's a Juno or Diva on Diva crime. Diva on Diva crime. Very slow. Who invited the rookie? That's so mean.
The girl up there is hurt on the bridge.
Yeah, I want to get her so bad. And her little
Got her.
fuck-ass knight.
Moron.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, moron's weird? Is that where we draw the line now?
Oh, shut up.
Moron actually does kind of suck.
2v8 DVD stream. Alright. We do have a nice skin. And I'm not talking about the game. Back up, Melburger.
Sorry.
We take our place at the
Call me Barry Tona.
Why do you go Irish? You're crazy.
Wait, is DVD figuring it out?
Oh, it's gonna be a huge month.
They're finally changing engines?
Yeah, they're going to Engine 8.
Thank God. I had 1 HP and I'm dying.
Alright, rest in peace.
Oh, good.
Not
There's a
Tracer,
little Diva
dude!
running around.
I'm slept.
Robot pushing.
Life grip, I was fine. I'm so sorry.
Guy behind me.
That's so funny. You got this. Yeah. Go on. No new engine. But Jason. No, I should be life grip now. What am I doing?
Life grip?
Right?
Doesn't seem like Life Weaver.
That Juno needs to die.
Oh, fuck.
I shouldn't do this. I'm so deep.
And I'm trying to keep up above in my head.
Okay.
God. You know that song or are you before your time?
No, I love that song.
Instead of going under. Your turn.
Instead of going under. I do, but the lyric. But behind my head. Instead of going on. No, I do know that song.
It's giving you don't.
It's giving I do. I know the melody. That's literally proving it. Yeah. That shut him up quick.
The guy's talking shit to you.
I'm not Moira, I'm Diva.
I don't know anything.
Okay. Thanks for admitting
But
it.
you're tanking?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were chill like that. My bad.
Oh, not Juno. Get her ass. I gotta go out. I need heals. I'm just gonna do my ult here. Fuck it. It worked.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh, eyes on the bloody sky. Grow up.
Oh, this motherfucker. Yeah, right, dude. Trash.
Oh, he's about to uninstall again. He'll be back in 5
No.
months. I'm gonna need to get a heal. Get him going under. Oh, it's in my head now. You excited for Jason and DBD?
Not really.
Okay.
Like, I'm stoked for people though. That's awesome. You know, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm curious. How about that? Is that fair?
No, of course.
Thanks.
Oh, get him, Chris. Get him.
Spam's wrong and fucked up.
That's okay. Get that bloody Moira. I'm over it.
Moira Rose.
Moira. Where is this loser?
Behind us.
Where is she?
Oh, they're so annoying. They're one shot behind us. Freak.
Yeah, I can't get that freak. Oh, yeah, wait.
Little mole man.
Oh my god. She's doing good at confusing me. Yep. What are your thoughts on this? Oh, the Moira being stinky. Yep. Alright, guys. We have the robot. Lock in. Okay, I'm not with everyone, but I'm moving the robot.
Shit on, dude.
Oh, great. Oh, no. Oh my god, Juno's here. I just got life grip. We're gonna get that Juno.
Diva's running around. She's lit.
Where is that loser?
Oh, I got life grip. Thanks, brother.
I don't know why seeing a they're escorting. Seeing guys.
Oh, they're escorting. Oh, fuck.
I know.
Ew. Oh, this little freak is gone.
The mole's back. Got it.
Yeah,
Juno.
oh, this person's one shot and they're in the fucking bridge in the tube.
In the tube. Can someone please get her? We need to escort the robot. Oh yeah, protect my life. Protect my life. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Juno.
Yeah, dude, that's how you fucking play the game. Come on, give me play the game.
Yeah.
Probably won't, but I should.
You should get it.
Oh, who the fuck is this ass?
Yes, endorse me.
Bro, that wasn't even that interesting. Can I give it a stack? How come I can't get endorsed ever, dude?
Tom Spanks, vote me. 4. Do we have a 5? Do we have a 5. I'll flash the stream right now. 5.
Thanks for the love.
Okay. Vote for Tom. Vote for Tom. Do you know what's funny?
I wrote that, by the way. I wrote that literally before you said the whatever the fuck you said. I got 2 loot boxes holding. Hold on.
Okay. I find it so funny that
Legendary!
Ooh!
Oh, I get a legendary Moira skin.
What is it?
It's called Moon.
What does it look like?
I look like a singer in a band.
Moon?
Yeah.
Oh.
And another one too.
Oh.
Vote for a map.
Wow.
Oh, we have Joe Carpet on our stream. Team, sorry. Can't believe we're playing with Joe.
Joe. Who the fuck is that?
He's like the #1 healer in OCE. What?
Ow! Oh, sorry. I just hurt my pie cost. Oh.
Sorry, it's not funny.
Why are you laughing?
Because you went, ow!
Bro.
I'm sorry.
Have you hit your pie cost?
What the fuck is a pie cost?
Like $10, depending on where you go. Maybe 15. Post it.
I hate you because I said it.
What do you mean you hate me?
I love you, but I was like, this sounds like a setup, but also I was like, fuck, I feel bad. He heard his pie cost.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Damn it. USA. USA. Damn it. That was really good acting.
Dude, I think I actually am pretty good at that.
No, you are. You are. You're really good.
You're not bad.
5,
Thanks.
4, 3, 1. Attackers incoming.
What do you think of that?
That was really good.
Yo, did you, happy 250th to the USA, by the way, if you give a shit.
What is it?
It's our 250th birthday.
Oh, being what?
A country. You never actually said, you never texted me and said happy 250th. So.
Oh.
No worries.
Happy for you.
I'm killing this big guy.
Kill the big guy.
I'll keep it a stack. I didn't know it was until I saw like a million flags and patches for it.
Oh.
I was like, oh, I guess that makes sense math-wise. Did you actually think I got hurt? That's so funny.
Yeah, I was concerned because I laughed because it sounded funny, and then you're like, oh, I was like, oh fuck, I felt bad. Like,
Well, to be
sorry
fair-
about your pie cost.
Yeah, ow, it just really hurts. I hate when that happens.
I hate when you get got, but it's so funny.
Wait, like, oh, you feel weird?
Not in like a bad, not in like a hate as in like bad. It's just like, fuck,
No,
I should have known. Like, I can't
Should've
believe I
known,
fell
yeah.
for it.
You know what though?
What?
Next time, you'll
Okay.
get me.
Okay.
This Roadhog keeps getting absolutely fucking shit on, by the way.
Yeah.
Minor perk unlocked. Oh, I need heals or unless weird. Rocket barrage incoming.
Woo! Quadruple
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
kill!
For Galentine! I made that up, by the way. Not a real place. Your turn. Give us a fake name for a place.
Goldenberg?
And don't do anything like... Don't... What do you
I'm
say?
not gonna say what you think I'm gonna say.
Okay. Knowing you, you're gonna be like, from Pussy Town!
I knew you were gonna say that.
Sorry.
Can you say rough 3 times?
Rock?
Rough. Like rough surface.
Rough. No. You almost got me. You almost got me.
Alright. I knew you couldn't say it.
No, it's just, you know how it is.
Alright.
I'm frozen. I'm a frozen fuck.
Positioning,
Oh,
healing
this-
pylon.
There's no way this May just got me, or my, whatever the fuck. There's absolutely no way.
Yes, yes. Am I alone?
Can you say Arnold Palmer 3 times fast?
We've already done this.
You can. That's why. I can't believe we've never gone to a TwitchCon together. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, that is crazy. I've been to your house and shat in your toilet before I saw you at a TwitchCon.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I don't like the word shat. I don't
Yeah,
think.
me too. I'm really sorry. I regretted that as soon as I said it.
That's okay. It's too late.
I just made a donation to New Jersey.
Oh, that's worse. We don't need any more of that shit.
Sorry.
Calling it a donation's wild.
Well, they have
That's in
like...
case you didn't donate. You didn't donate much to Japan.
Oh. What do you mean?
I don't know. Constipated.
No, I did. Yeah, that's true. I only shat twice in Japan. Sorry, that's a really bad word. Sorry. I only deposited some yen, like, twice.
That's worse to say, I think.
Okay.
Help. Dead.
Coming. I was really blocked. Chris did use this stuff to unblock himself, which was really cool. But I was
every
scared
day,
to
it was
use
awesome.
it.
You should have. I bought you a glass to try.
Thank you.
Good friend. And you were like, I'd rather be blocked off instead.
Heavy armor, heavy fire.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Justice reigns from above.
All right, I tried.
Okay.
I only dropped my kids off at the pool a few times. That's a beautiful time to raid. Welcome in, guys. What were you playing?
Okay, my head's in the game.
Fortnite, Overwatch, Marvel. Which one was it? Or perhaps a new title? We're
We need
doing
this.
some Overwatch, some casual, just some casual fun. Quadruple kill, sextuple kill. Damn, I wanted to hear it.
A pizza.
A pizza.
Thanks.
Guys, we're slaying as a team.
My healing pylon is here.
Just some casual fun. Team kill. That's really funny. Oh, Palia. I haven't played that since beta. Oh, I think it's still in beta, but when it first came out, is it really good now? What's the hot goss? Hey, girl. They've got horses? Now, hang on.
I killed their Mercy. They're pissed.
They're so dead. I'm so dead too, but I've had fun. Wait, we're kind of slaying. I'm an ice cube.
I'm an ice cube as well. Fuck yeah. Yeah, dude. Yes, man.
Can you ride
I have the
horses
most
with someone?
advantage in the game. What's that?
Fuck, my pie cost hurts.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
Ow, dude. My fucking Blycos. Again, I
Do you reckon
subbed
I
it.
can get Sammy or Crispy with that? Or have you used it on
No,
already?
because I think I tried getting them before with it. You can try.
Maybe my accent will confuse them.
Oh, 100%. I think you could probably get Crispy over Sammy.
I showed Reese the thing we did the other day. It was so funny.
Oh, the bush thing?
Yeah, but also when I pretended to be him.
Oh, that was funnier.
Saying the bush thing is so funny. Oh, nice. Okay, Variety Queen. Yeah, it must feel really refreshing. That's huge. That's bloody
Frozen.
huge.
Oh,
Yeah.
the fucking May. I swear to God, man.
I see an enemy.
Yeah, he thought it was funny. I'm just gonna. Chris, why are you AFK?
Oh my God, give me 1 fucking second. I tabbed out for a quick sec and you caught me? That's crazy.
Seeing your fuck ass Bastion stand still and then you being like, whoa, chill. It's so funny.
Thank you.
You got this, King. Keep your head up.
Red sterben nicht.
Appreciated.
Got her.
Get those losers, guys. Guys, why aren't we getting the losers? I'm joking.
How, man? How am I getting hurt by these fools?
I never thought... which one, Em? The bush? Guys! Yeah, I never thought I'd stream Overwatch, but I'm really enjoying streaming it. Guys!
Alright, hop on R, dude.
It's a trend. It started with someone just saying like, I'm sorry in different tones, like sarcastic, genuine, angry, and then people started doing funny shit, including you shaved your bush. And I just can't stop.
Shaved your bush.
Mercy's
Get
dead.
there.
Mercy's dead. I'm on the point, but I need help. If you can hold it for a little bit longer.
Oh yeah!
Hold it.
Another one dead.
Nice. Are we on the point?
I'm dead. I got killed.
Other people on point?
Fucking May, man. I can't stand her. Get on. Someone get on it.
Okay, the tank is.
Holy crapola, dude.
Real.
Get back. Move.
Justice reigns from above.
Nice.
The Mercy's dead. Cute.
Mercy's dead again. What's that?
Oh, they're solo. Nice.
We got this. They're done.
Nice.
That's it. GG's. That's how you fucking play the game, buddy. Good job. Absolutely incredible play.
GG. Give me play the game. Whatever, man.
Give me play the game also.
Give me play the game.
Give me it. Oh, what? Who's this ass?
Neither of us. We
Endorse
did
me,
really
bro.
good, though. I can only endorse you once because we're in a crew.
Someone endorse me.
That was nice.
Jeez, that was fun.
All right, guys. Now, easy. Don't all vote me up at once. We have to beat the May. Yep. Come on. One more, guys. We have to beat the May. One more. Do I hear 5? Oh, I won anyway.
That's how we do it.
Thank you, guys. Thank
Wait,
you.
May Loki thick. Did you know that?
Yeah. A loot box. I'm opening it.
I didn't realize she was dressed like a golf player.
Party mode in game.
Oh, loot box. I'm opening it.
Open it.
Oh my god! I can't. Oh, well, I'll never know. Great.
What was
Good.
it? What was it?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but like, was it a skin?
It was 2 golds, but I guess I'll never know.
2 golds?
Nah, I'm kidding. It was a blue.
Okay.
Oh, my sandwich cost.
Now traveling to paradise.
Oh, that really hurt. You okay?
That was my coffee cost.
What's the coffee cost?
Well, down here, probably looking at $5 to $6.
AUD or fucking what there, Carla?
AUD.
Monopoly money.
Oh, that was so funny.
That was my last one, by the way.
No, it wasn't. You're in the game.
Oh, shit.
What the hell?
Hey, anyone in chat having a good night? And if you are, that's awesome.
We're having a good night. Crack open some drinks, babe.
I'm good. You should though.
What's Reaper saying no for? I'm blocking them.
Yeah. Do you
I'm muted.
how do I mute this fucking idiot?
Just go tab, then mouse click, and then right click his name.
Mouse click. Oh.
No, 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 no.
Mute text and hero comms. So fucking annoying. Get a grip.
Tabby! Uh-oh. Oh, our tank's going in.
Nice. I'm going in. I'm going in.
Eyes open now. Boo-boo-da-boo-boo, boo-boo-da-boo-boo.
On weekends, would you say you go out and drink, or do you go out and just have fun, or do you like do you drink coffee, or what do you do?
Well, I'm not a big drinker, so...
No, yeah, I know.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I'm out, I'll probably have, like, one drink, maybe. Or I'll try.
And it'll hit.
That's enough, yeah.
That's enough to make you go,
ooh,
my
no,
pie cost hurts.
Ooh, my pie cost. But I had a cider the other week, and it was actually really nice.
Dude, ciders are chill as hell, especially on a nice fall day. Oh, man. Chat knows what I'm talking about.
Real. Is that ours? Nope. Do you want to see my muscles? I've never had a kombucha. I don't think I like it.
Kombucha.
I think it makes me go.
They're fun. They're like healthy, I think.
It's good. It's a good for your tummy.
What's that tits up wasted mean?
I don't know. What's tits up wasted mean?
I've heard of tits up lesbians, but they're not. I guess technically not. But it's like people who are down with tits up only. Have you heard of this?
Yeah. Why not? Whatever you need. You know what I learned as well?
What?
I don't know if... Oh, this kitty. Not talking about anything else. It's like a... I don't want to say this wrong. Because anyone in chat who identifies as this, I'm going to say this wrong, but just hear me out. When someone's like... apart... There's a word for it. It's like asexual, but it's a different...
Aromantic?
Is that where they only like side stuff? No.
What do you mean side stuff?
Okay, so like, they don't want to go all the way. They don't want to have sex, but they don't mind like doing non-penetrative things.
Oh, good word. I
But
don't
like,
know.
they wouldn't mind. Like, what is it called? It's not asexual, but there's like there's a thing called. Yeah, I think.
Maybe
it's
that's just
called.
like waiting till marriage.
No. There was.
Oh.
It's just a side. Yeah, but also. Yeah, no. I thought there was another word for it because I was talking to a friend.
It's called a side.
Yeah, so top, bottom, side. Isn't that fun? But like also...
Yeah, but that's rough because I feel like side chick and side piece is like a word that people say a lot, so that can get confusing.
Oh, true.
But also, if it's a term, I didn't even know that existed. Side.
Yeah, I learned them because I learned about it. Yes, well, side. Because they have identified as asexual in the past.
So is the side more just like they like fooling around, but like once it gets to like the main event, you're like, I'm good. We'll keep doing this
so,
instead.
Right? Is that right,
This
guys?
is the main event.
But they're like moving into more of a side territory. Yeah, foreplay. Real.
Oh.
Real.
Oh, foreplay mains. That's fun. Sure, why not?
Foreplay main. Yeah, no penetration. I didn't know about that. I mean, it makes perfect sense. But I learned something new.
You learned something new.
I think I got it confused. Yeah, I think I got it confused with asexual because they thought they were for most of their life, and then they're like, actually, wait.
Asexual is a massive spectrum. Too,
It is,
some
yeah.
people
Yeah.
have like zero interest always. Some people once in a while will get interest. It's like very
True. Yeah. I just love
Case by
learning new
case, I
things
think.
because I really didn't know about the side label or the side. Is label the right word? I don't want to come across as insensitive, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, varying levels. Yeah, exactly. Bothersome. Oral main.
hand holding main.
I love holding hands. Love it.
Okay, nice. Are you a snuggler at night, or do you need space? Like, do you run hot or no?
I can run hot. I can be both. Like, if I am not running hot, I love a snuggle, but I also love turning around, doing my thing, and then coming back for a hello. You know?
Yeah, that's. Yeah, Shan and I will pretty much just be like, all right, we'll see you, and then like in the morning, be like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, exactly. Because Reese is a light sleeper, and I'm a heavy sleeper, so like one touch from me will wake him up. But I'm
also
heavy.
with meds, you can get
really hot.
Are you actually? Nah, come on. No, meds can make you like run hot as well, which blows at night.
Axel real. Yeah, got you. Sorry, I worded it so wrong earlier, but you got what I meant. No, I love a good handhold. Love a good card, but also I'm a rotisserie chicken when I sleep.
That's play the game easily. If I don't get it, then this game
Really?
sucks.
Oh.
Yeah, I just got 3 kills, and I was like a flank and a half. They're pissed.
Although I will say, I feel like how long until you know all your side effects from meds? Am I like, would I have known all of it by now?
It could change. I think it depends on a few different things.
Interesting.
I would say like I would say once you're 3 months to 6 months in, you would really get an idea.
Ah, true.
We win?
Victory!
Bro, we shit on those guys.
Oh my
Shit.
god, PT. Yeah, no, once I'm asleep, I don't wake up very easily. I'm like a brick.
Yes, dude, here we go. Watch this.
Oh.
Yep. Boom.
Boom. Oh yeah. Okay, aim. Okay, aim.
Boom. And then hold.
Holding.
Boom.
Oh. Yeah.
Yup.
Let's go. Spectacular. Bang.
Needed that.
Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Sarah Real.
That might have to be my LG though, actually.
Oh, I mean, what's another game between friends?
15 minutes. No, I actually have to feed the guys.
They'll be fine for another 10.
I'm leaving.
All right.
I left.
Okay. Have a good night. This was great.
Ooh.
What?
Wait, I got some cool, another cool skin.
Do you want to play? Do you want to do a cap of it tomorrow? After your games?
If I have time, I
Shit,
don't know
okay.
if I will, because
Yeah,
it's gonna be,
true. You're gonna lock in.
we're playing the. Oh, actually, is it out now? I'm gonna buy it.
Fuck! I have to play this now. Damn it.
What are you streaming tomorrow? Do you know yet?
I don't know yet. I'm gonna cook up a little thing, little 1-2.
Cook up something.
Yeah. Hello, dear.
Welcome to Rialto.
Welcome to Rialto. Damn, have to play another game.
Dang, guess so.
Dang it. Thank you for the sub. Put your ass
Put
away,
your ass
child.
away,
Hi,
child.
CB. Guys, thank you so much for all the
Cbeats
resubs.
424
I
just
uninstalled,
subscribed.
007.
32?
Oh, I thought you
yeah?
said you uninstalled Overwatch.
No, imagine that'd be so awkward.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
The campaign evolved. Is available? No.
Damn, not another Overwatch round, guys.
Road to Empress 2.
Yippee! Oh no!
If you want me to heal you, stand very still. But
All right,
also,
dude. That was fun.
That was fun. Good night. Let's do more maybe after friend slot cap.
Sounds good.
All right, pal.
All right, later. Bye, Clons. Have a good one, brother.
Hello. That was fun. I didn't expect to play. Guys, I've been doing this every stream. I'm like, oh, I don't expect to play any more Overwatch today. Don't worry, guys. And then I play it. Uh-oh. Oh, Javelin. Javelin main. I could dive the healers, but I think I might die. Shan's husband. Oh god. Wonder if I could. No, I don't think I survive a dive. Oh fuck it. We'll try. As expected. We can protect each other. Where is that loser? Ooh. Yeah, I love learning about I don't know why. It makes so much sense. But I love how I didn't like when I was learning about the term side. I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. I feel like that was me for a while. Not now, I want the whole meal. But like, no, I definitely, that's like so fair. Fair and true, you know? Not the O! Guys, what?
Watch here.
Oh! Yeah, no. Real. I mean, like, I experienced that too. Like, in the most, like, I guess, I don't know, in the nicest way possible, without, I don't know. I love the pre-show, babe. You know what I mean? I could do that for hours on end, really. I love it. It's so intimate and so fun. You know? If both parties like really like that, it's the best. Some would say better than the main event. You know? Freedom. My last long-term relationship. I've told this story to you, and I know some people can relate to this. But I genuinely I remember telling mum, I was like, I think I'm asexual. And she's like, alright, well. She's like, I don't think you are, not to like discount you. Like if you are, that's great. But like, I honestly think it's just your situation. And I was like, no, I think I am. And she was right. I was just so unhappy. I'm going to die. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah. Some would agree. I generally get so confused with different. That's fair. I think I do understand it, but I'm not good with my words. Carla, do you know how to explain this better than I do? You don't have to if I'm putting you on the spot. Or anyone, really. There is a... Oh, I'm itchy. Ah. Don't you hate when you're itchy in a game? And it's crucial? Okay, I gotta get that, a game sneeze. They both apply. Right, different definitions, yeah. Okay. Wait, playing Overwatch again? He's trolling me. That was silly. He misses you too much. I honestly think though, yeah, no, all of that, guys, all of that. I think it just, yeah, got you. It's up to the person too, you know? So, yes. I agree with all of that. Oop. I got to, I'm not being that good of a tank right now. Ease of communication. That's nice, yeah. Oh, I gotta go in more. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? Live people said, get the fuck inside, girl. Oh my god, they helped me so bad. Oh my god. Axel, that's nice. Tara, I know, what am I doing? It just felt like it. How was your weekend? Did you have a long weekend? Oh, not good. I'm on here, but at what cost? They don't have mercy. They don't have the mercy. Thank you. That Life Weaver healing me every 5 minutes, life for me is so funny. And now I'm forward to play Overwatch. That's so fun though.
Will you?
He's like, girl, stop. I'm a leash kid. Guys, remind me to tinkle. Get in there, Bob. So I'm not going to the vet tomorrow, guys. So tomorrow will be a normal full-length stream, which I'm so excited for. And then I'll see Mum the next day instead. So we can have at least today and tomorrow normal. And the day after, I will be streaming, but I'll just start a little bit later. And then we have my Friday as well. But in saying that, I was thinking this, but I probably won't. But just an idea. If tomorrow I decide to do like 2 streams and do a night stream into Thursday morning, which is your Wednesday night, then I'll either start later or just not stream Thursday and just do a double. But I probably want to do Thursday, to be honest. Kaden? Whoopsies! Tara, that's so cute. I love that. Tara, have a good time at work, doll. I gotta pee. You're all the best. No, freedom. It's so important. And thanks for listening to me as well, guys. Like, I know I might not get stuff right all the time, but that's where I want to learn and stuff, because I think it's very important and I love to understand things better, because I learned something new the other day. So I love it. Anyway, let me go pee. I'll be back. Oh, yeah. Oh, good. Good, good. My legs are so sore from pickleball. Oh my god. I didn't poop. I wish. Already did it this morning. I'm joking. You know when you sit... Okay, I'm sit to pee, obviously, and sometimes I stand. I'm joking. Imagine I'm like, guys, I stand. I stand leg. I just right over the bowl. But no, anyway, you know when your legs are sore and you sit down, you're like, I don't want to get back up. No, because stand. Stand. Kawa. Shiwi. The Shiwi. That's crazy. Oh my god. That's really impressive. I gotta have more. Although update was clear as day before. We're doing it. To drop the dairy. Shiwi is crazy. Oh god. Guys, I really have a thing with public toilets. I hate public toilets. And I know it's like a part of me is trying to get into the mindset, which I am most of the time. Like, just be grateful you have a toilet that flushes in public. Like, just lock in, Carla. That's you're really like lucky to have that. But I hate public toilets. They really give me the heebie-jeebies. And to the point where my body truly hates it so much that I could, like, it doesn't give me the feeling that I need to go until I'm home. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, they're nasty. Oh, Kawa. Oh. Drink less water per day if I'm out, so I don't need, if real. Feel the same way. Yeah, don't get me started on airplane, although I will take that over public, but I still hate going in there. I will, unless I need to go, I'm staying in my seat. I do not want to go into that piss chamber. I hate it so much. I hate it. Oh, yeah, Cass, exactly. Like, when you need one, it's like, just give me any, but girl, yeah. If I'm near my toilet, although guess what happened the other day? The way people treat airport bathrooms is, I know, I agree. I was at a friend's house, which again, like, even a friend's house, I don't like going to the toilet. Like, I'll pee, but like, I just hate, I don't know, I'm weird with toilets. And my tummy was doing that type of churn from that pizza I had and wine I had, that it was like, if you don't go to the toilet and just suck it up, you're not gonna last the night. Like, you need a cleanse. And they were all busy like playing a game, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go. I hate this. And we got the job done, but like, it was hell on earth for me because it's not an in and out thing for me. Like, it's 10 to 20 minutes. I need to relax, and if I feel tense, it's gonna take longer. I hate it. True, Henry. I want to figure out if there's a way that I can get... Well, first of all, I want to rearrange my room. I gotta do something new. Second of all, I think I have to do... Because when I do full cam... Oh my god. Why is that there? What? Why is that there? Why does it feel like pure shit meme? Okay, well, this is exhibit A of why I want, oh my god, why is it there? Wait, what is that picture? I actually have no idea how it got there, but I love this meme so much. Can I move myself? Oh, what is this? Guys, I gotta redo everything. Where's this image? Why is this image here? Alright, well... What I want is I want my full cam to be my room, right? But then when I go to this scene, I don't want it to be square. Although, like, I miss my square a little bit, but like, I don't want it to be square, so I got to figure out a way. I know there's a way. It's like I have to make a different thing for it. Past Carl left a meme for future Carl. I actually do miss. I mean, I love my orb, but I do miss my room hanging out there a little bit. But yeah, I got to figure that out because I got to make the orb bigger. That's what I need to do. I got to make the... Oh, maybe do that now. Wait, hold. No, don't do it now, Carla. Oh, just check it out. All right. Circle. Mask. I want the circle to be bigger. No, the circle needs to be bigger though, to be fair. It does need to be bigger. But I can't make it bigger. Yeah, Kara, I used to have one, but this one isn't like that, but I want to. No, it was funny. I love when Chris said that because I was like, you're so right. Is this bigger? Let's see. Be up with you. Ooh. But anyway, I want the talkie screen to be normal. That's what she said. Windows jump scare. Sorry, guys. All right, let's see if I can. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, it blocked me out. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. That's so funny. I mean, sure, I guess. That didn't work. Hold. Needs to be the other way around. Oh yeah, you can move it around, but I do have to remove it. Anyway, you're right. You're so right. Oh, here we go. Hold. Is that my... What's the search? Yeah. That is not it. Girl. Oh, I'm back. Okay, I'm back for now. But I can't make it bigger. So I'll just get this back for now, and then I gotta get one that's just a bit bigger so you can see more. But yeah, I want my full cam to not have this person here, but I want it to be rectangle. So I gotta do some Googling because I actually want to do streams where we're just talking in full cam. Like, I just don't want the orb there. Anyway, sorry about me. By the way, did you know Gordon Ramsay shows his full ass when he does Hotel Nightmares? He's like, I'm gonna go take a bath, and they zoom in on his ass. Talk to me, talk to me. He's crying, sniffing your ass. Proof. I'll get it up right now. Hells. No, Freedom, genuinely? Was it during my 24 hour? I honestly don't remember, which is crazy because I usually do. Hotel Hell. Which one was it? I want to show you his ass. Hold. It was so funny. Hold. Noah, hello on RBT.
Boy designed a hotel. It would look like a Ferrari.
So I've already watched this,
There's a lot of red.
but let me show you the bath scene. Where does he try the bath? I'm just showing you the ass bit. Girl, we know. I refuse to leave. What? Please don't leave. I need this. Thank you for refusing to leave. Is he gonna try the bath or what? Where does he try the bath? Okay, ready?
Team will move in and try to get this hotel out of the pits. But first, there's something I've just got to try. I've got a 25-grand bath, so I might as well use it.
I was watching this last night. And I found out that I didn't realize, Carla. Okay, why? I know. But I love Kitchen Nightmares and Hell's Kitchen and stuff. But anytime he's doing the hotel one, he's like, I'm about to have a bath. And then he strips naked. That is the same vibes as that other screenshot that I have. Maybe I should make a new screenshot. I don't know why this makes me laugh. Just gonna save it. Anyway, that's what I wanted to tell you. Yeah, next to the desks. I know. Hi, Josh. I was showing them how Gordon Ramsay got his full ass out on the show. Like, is that the kitchen in the reflection? You have like one sink, I think, in the bathroom. Love seeing his cheeks before bed. That's exactly what I'm saying. Gordon Ramcock. Good night, Kay. Have a stunning sleep. I appreciate you. What are we doing, guys? Are we playing more Overwatch? What's the vibe? I know. Decent buns. Decent buns. Ooh, yeah, Cara, I've stayed in a similar thing. What the shaved my bush? One more couldn't hurt, right? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
What the hell's happening over there?
What the hell? Yeah, no, Axel, I agree. I agree. That one clip from a show where Gordon asked the chef, where did you cook the rice? What did you cook the rice in? And the dude replies, in a pot, chef. Yes. Bloody hell, yes. Do I have any food in my house? Because I wouldn't mind some food. Alright, how about this, guys? Bar rescue? No? Alright, thoughts on this idea, guys? Play a couple games of Overwatch. Then I get some whatever's in my cupboard for a snack. Because I need to eat. And then we watch some reality, preferably Australian television. Thoughts on that? Thoughts on that? The Bold and the Beautiful, because I will get snacks. Tuck me in. Did I say thank you to Seabeats? I think I did. Thank you again, though. You're cooking, chef. Alright, as long as I get my meal. What if instead you get the DJ kid set instead? Real. So true. Slip it in. Although, I will say, one day soon, you will get a random stream from me in my bed. On my phone. Hanging out. Because I nearly did that the other day and it was so funny. So you will get that one day. Just chatting. Tabitha Salon takeover. There's only 5 of them, Em. It's only 5. Nah, I have 6 stacker. I'm joking. Alright, let's The dildo wall. There's a line, you know it. No, it's not a lie. A cuddle and chat stream? Yeah. I kind of want to get like, Well, I'm gonna do it first before I do anything else, but it'd be good to get like a I think I do have one. Get like a selfie stick so I can be like, hey. Just like, you know, give my arm a break. A nice round 7, one for each day of the week. Round 7? You know the story about that, the unfortunate delivery, right? Kisses from chat. That's crazy. Good night, Sam. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I'm gonna force myself to start early tomorrow. I've just been so tired in the morning. Oh my god, Freedom, really? Yeah, I think you know. I think you know. Now, what do I have to eat at home? You know what I really want to have this week? Butter chicken. No, I know, Tammy, but I feel like I'm oversleeping because... Well, maybe I'm not oversleeping because I'm struggling to fall asleep. Yeah, my sleep schedule's been weird. But I really want to fix my sleep schedule. So, because I'm getting up too late. And as much as that's like fine, it's kind of getting my schedule... Yeah, maybe it's just winter doing it to me. Oh, wait, you can get your nap in or you can't?
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
Yeah, like usually my eyes beam open. I mean, they still do, but I can't get back to sleep, or I can sometimes. But usually my eyes would open and I would start stream by 9. Which I would love to do. I would love to start stream latest by 9. But I would love to start at 8 a.m.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
I probably schools year round in Australia. They get, I think they do terms, so they get like 2 weeks off every, is it 10 or 12 weeks? Oh, got you, Mayor, right. It's been nice hanging with you. Thanks for hanging today. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, no, Lukey, and you know why as well. It's with time zones. So right now, 9 p.m. Eastern is 11 a.m. for me, which has thrown me off because most of the year, 11 p.m. Eastern is 11 a.m. for me. Oh, sorry, 1 p.m. Not 11. Which is really good because it means if I start, say, at 10, it's still early for you guys. So that's why I think I'm struggling is the daylight saving because like Gran struggles with it sometimes as well. I like the 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. being 9 p.m. Eastern, sorry. Because when it's 11 a.m., it kind of makes me hard to play. It kind of makes it hard to play games with or by myself before I go with pals. Even though, like, if my sleep schedule was fine, it wouldn't be that hard. But I think that's why I'm struggling a bit. Sorry, I tried to explain what I mean, but like playing this game while explaining time zones, I think screwed me over. Kind of makes me hard. Crazy comms, guys. That was one time. Sammy's World Time, 2027.
Always more to learn.
Exactly. Yeah, I honestly just stammered over my words. Long story short, right now with all the time zones being what they are, 9 p.m. Eastern is 11 a.m. for me. But I love when 9 p.m. is 1 p.m. because it's just perfect for my schedule. That's why like Grand and I, when it's the second half of the year, we're like, yay, like this is perfect for us. I'm playing very bad, but that's okay.
Returning to battle.
Returning to battle. I would love to get into a rhythm, which you'll remember this back in the day, years ago. I would start by like 8 a.m. It was so good. Because it means that like, say if I do 8 to 3, that's such a big stream. But then I can also do all the stuff that I need to do afterwards. Yeah. Because also when I finish stream, usually it's nighttime. So I haven't seen any sun, and that's a me problem. But like, that's why I like daylight savings, because the sun will set at 8 instead of 5. It would be 9:45, 10 p.m. start, Sydney time. Pardon me?
Increasing altitude. Heroes never die.
Oh.
Helden sterben.
Yeah, true. You right. Like, it's just getting my rhythm back to normal. Or maybe not back to normal, but, I was in this rhythm ages ago that I really liked. And basically, I did burn out, but whatever. I can get there. Where I just did whatever I wanted in terms of, like, I streamed at night and I was fine. I streamed at day, I was fine. I did 6 days in a row, I was fine. I'm just out of my rhythm and I want to get it back. Hello, Granny. Hello, sexy. I missed you. How was your... Wait, you didn't have a day off today, did you? I was going to say, how's your day off? Or maybe you did. You did.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
You'll get it back. I know, I'm excited. I want it back so bad. Like a baby. Man, I probably could too. There's something so comfy about a comfy. Oh shit, I'm not Moira. Farah. Fuck. I went in like I can fly. Oopsies. Oh. Oh. Work for that Ren. Wait.
To be clear, this is for you and Gran both.
I'll work for it. I'll work for it. Thank you, doll. Yeah, the teammate's like, girl, what the fuck are you doing? I just saved 30 cents. Thank you, Tammy. How did we get here? Granny, I gotta show you a video. Now that I think about it, I feel like this video is just our brain. Wait,
Put your ass away, child.
Anonymous just subscribed.
Anonymous. Onion. Don't watch anything without me. There are 2 videos that I want to play. Sausig. Thank you, Anonymous. Okay, hype train.
What's going on? It's your boy, G-Pain.
Let me buy you a twang. Let me buy you a twang. Oh, wee. I'ma take you home with me. I got money in the bag. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Oh, thank you. Pops, I appreciate that. Huge comms. Grant, I am playing quick play, but I'm also going to be watching some reality soon. How late are you staying up? What time it is? What time it is? Oh my god, girl. I'll probably be getting off in like an hour or so. That was a really bad game. That's my bad. I'm going to leave. So we can play after stream while I eat. Oh, hello, you bastard. Hello, idiot. Where is that? How do you like that? Oh, no! Desi! Oh. No! I was like, where is it? I remember I updated it, but it still plays the sound for some reason. It still plays the sound. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. Whoopsies. I was like, where is this coming from? Sully, Anonymous, Tim Tam Slam. I appreciate you. Thank you. Grant, I'll be free to play tomorrow, definitely. And the day after, definitely. And the day after, definitely. But we can probably get an hour in. Granny's like, I can play now. Are you going to be comless? I'm guessing you're not going to be on comms. I'm off to see the wizard doll. Yeah, exactly right. I have chocolate here. God, I'm naughty. Guys, I have to put chocolate. I'm exhausted. My full body hurts so bad from pickleball. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for that hype train, guys. Thank you for the biddies. I know I've had a lot of time off. I'm really sorry. I'm locking in for the rest of the month. I appreciate it.
Holy shit!
Oh, of course,
That's
Sammy.
437 bits!
Nearly choked on me chocolate. Thank you, Sully. What the hell? No, don't say sorry for supporting me. Tammy, whenever you want. If you see me on, you just slide in. What's the time? What's the time, Mr. Wolf? You in a game now? I'll play like 1 or 2. And then I'll promise I'll watch the show, I promise, and then I'll skedaddle. Whatever you want. Ooh. Wait, what are you eating? No. I want Hershey's Kisses. Chris finally found my message I sent him. Me messaging him on all platforms going, Overwatch? He found the side account. As he should. About time. About bloody time. I was being a bit naughty. I think the Red Bull's kicking in. How did she find your thing? How did she find your Instagram? What the hell? Hello? Ew, what? I had a similar thing, but not. How do I describe this story? Jaren. Monster kill. Damn it. Now it's gonna be my head. Crazy jetpack skin. I know. Ages ago. I don't know if I told you guys, but this is last year. I like know everyone in the restaurants and the stores near me because obviously I live in the area and you get to know people. And me and this person exchanged numbers / Instagram accounts, and we text here and there. Like, we never went on a date. I was just very not interested. Like, it was just, they just weren't for me at all. And then I stopped talking to them because I was like, what am I doing? this is just, nothing's happening. Like, I'm bored. And then stopped talking to them. And then they would message like every few weeks. And at this time I'd started dating Reese. So like, I'm not going to entertain anything. And we weren't even, like, we didn't even go on a date. Like, it was just nothing happening. And then he would send like this random emoji. And I'm like, okay, not going to respond to that. It's just an emoji. And then wouldn't respond to that. And then like 2 months later, hi, where are you? 2 months later, hey, you stopped talking to me. Is everything okay? Sorry, I was busy with work. I made a mistake not taking you out. I'm like, why are you texting me? We talked for maybe 2 weeks and there was no substance to our conversations at all. It was, how are you? Good, you. Good. Like, there was, like, we were acquaintances at that point. Like, yeah, like every 2 months. Hey, no, who are you? Stop messaging me. Stop it. Stop.
I'll keep you on your feet.
Despacito. But change the word to desperate. No, but seriously, like, I'm someone who always will respond and be like, oh, it's okay, blah, blah, blah. But like, he was just so weird that I was like, I'm not. There's no way I need to give a response right now. David, that was one time. He wishes. Oh no. Not good. Not good, everybody! Tank behind! David, we told you about this. Six times in one day? But are you good?
Evolution is a painful path to walk.
I tried my best, okay? Look, fair enough if we actually like went on dates or got to know each other. But it was honestly like talking to a brick wall. Anyway, that's why I was surprised why he was trying so hard to reach out like every 6 weeks. I'm like, what are we doing here? Oh, and the best part was actually, before all of that happened, he unfollowed me on Instagram and removed me from his following list, even though he didn't post. So I was like, oh, perfect. Great. Didn't need to do that, but perfect. I'm going to do the same because I don't want you to have access to my photos. And then he started to text me. Yes, I forgot about that. I'm like, okay, and then he requested to follow me and I ignored it. Nope. Access denied. Like, no, 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 don't do that. Freak. Anyway, that was ages ago.
Pay attention.
A strike team? A strike team is wild, yes. No, but it made me laugh because I was like, well, I'm not going to respond to you because that's like not appropriate at all. Roll in the strike package. Finally, some support. I'm running. I'm doing terribly. Yeah. I surrendered my soul as a male myself. Oh, Mimi's on my lap. Where did you get here?
No one can hide from my sight.
Mimas. I can't say sorry to Carla right now. To be fair, he didn't do anything like wrong, but it was just weird. So I was like, Ezra, not a good time at all. Oh, not good. Fall back, guys. Fall back. Ooh, I'm doing jack shit. My bad. Maybe I shouldn't talk while I do this.
Time again to try again.
Rawr. Also been there.
Enemies are moving the payload.
Killer, hello.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you for 28.
Killer Tofu just subscribed.
20 great, more like. How are you, doll? 300 healing in 20 minutes is so funny. Oh god, I am a liability, I think. You got done playing this? Wait, how was your sleep? There's a cat.
Hunting them down.
They didn't believe me the next day. That's so funny. Yep, nice. That's hilarious. I remember I tried to play DBD one of the few times I was a little bit intoxicated. And oh, it was awful. What? So why'd you ask out in the first place? Why not? I mean, life's too short, right? Right? But no, that was during stream and I was just trying to get a reaction out of mum. Like, kind of like, Carla, what are you doing? And that was a really fun stream. Oh god.
Let's get them off the payload.
Yep. Oh no. Juno. Juno's behind. Get his ass. I found my boxes in the junk event. Oh shit, what's the junk event? God, I'm late for the party. I do love a little rally reform healing. I honestly love when I have no plans. And I have food on my desk or snacks. And I'm enjoying some Overwatch. Either solo or with friends, it doesn't matter. It's so nice. That's so real. And probably exhausting, to be honest. Get his ass! Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, hog on hog. Happy Pride. Oh, extra 5. What types of loot boxes? Give me more legendary. I need this. Oh no. My bad. Survived it though. Who would have thought? Standard? Alright, I'll take it. Oh, not Bob. Grow up. Fight your own battles. That's really smart. Oh! Grow up is... Triple kill!
An unwelcome interruption.
Oopsies! I think grow up's one of the funniest insults of all time when you play a game. Because it's not mean, you're not bullying, but it sounds so like, I don't know, it just sounds so funny to me. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is mean. But I think it's funny. Hi, Sponge. Hello. How are you, doll? Not that mean, yeah. In the big world of internet bullies. Oh god, that's nothing. I would love someone to tell me to grow up in a lobby. Hi losers, take that. Guys, I appear to have not that much piss, but check this out. Oh. Do your worst, Hog. Do your worst.
Hunting them down.
Where are these losers? Yep. What a comeback, because honestly, I was so not concentrating, but then we locked in and we got the dub. So that's fine, after all. Go on, I double dog dare ya. Approach the payload, got me ult. Oopsies! Thank God. Me. Oh, I love... It's like when I was holding that bebe yesterday. It's just so comfortable having their warmth on you. She was so cute. Puddle! That's my goat. Okay, Gran. Offline game of the play. Play the game. Cheeto fingered Mountain Dew vein 12-year-old is crazy. What? I'll give you the vote. Am I getting sent photos from family right now? Oh my god. Oh my god. My dad was so young.
Winner. Ah, shucks. Thanks.
Oh, there's the car. Yep. Oh my god. I was so chubby. Oh, that's cute. I haven't seen these photos. What the hell? There you go. Thank you to all my fans. She's waterbending their tears right back at them. All right. Okay. I'll check out those photos later. What the helly? Oh, Fruit's in here as well. All right. I'll do that. Let's do it, and then we will watch our stuff. Unless we do it tomorrow, but ooh, loot box. Hold. New York City. Hot soup? What about confident? Oh, okay, girl. Sure. The slurping's wild. What? What? You're on Seal Talk? Hell yeah. New Age Space Cadet? What? New Age Space... Someone called us a geek on Overwatch the other day. And it made me so funny, because like, who says geek? Who says geek? Hey geek! Hey nerd! Like, okay. And? Obviously. Obviously I'm gaming on a Friday night. Happy to be. Wet napkin. Oh, I like floppy disk. I like floppy disk as well. Nerd. Real. Absolute walnut. Girl. Arcane, that's so cute. What the hell? Love. Give me another anniversary loot box. Ugh. I want one more. Please. What are the things? Hold. Events. Oh. Challenges. Oh, stadium grants double progress. Cool. I should probably do that. I should play a stadium. Absolutely soggy Fruit Loop. Wait. What should I cook tonight? I need something. Moon calf? Oh, shut. Moon calf. I'm so out of it purely because I'm hungry. Soggy Fruit Loop. Tough calls, you've been cooking all day. Oop. I know, Killer. Listen. I still think I have anything, Tammy. I think I have to go to the shops. I think I only have like sweet snacks, but I want to have something. What is this cube, by the way? Oh. Wet noodle. Yeah, wait, what happened to that? That's a good point. What happened to wet noodle? Shut. Maybe to imply they're floppy. Flip flopper. King's Row.
Traveling to Nepal.
To Nepal. Go throw on a video while you run out for food real quick. True. You right, you right. King's Row, King's Row. That is the joke. Oh. No, I don't mind this. I don't mind this, but I do like King's Row a lot.
Our minds are shackled. Submission is do not fight your true nature.
But the good news is tomorrow we'll have a long normal stream. Because I am rescheduling the vet appointment so she can have more meds before we do the reschedule. So, that's really cool because I can start way earlier than I did today. I'm going to start early and we're going all day, baby.
Capture the objective.
And then I might do a night stream as well tomorrow. So, big day. In fact, I really should. Woo! Oh my god, what the hell just happened? Nice. Ooh, I do look, I was gonna say, I do look like I love the pit. I am literally fumbling my words today. I'm gonna go to bed super early and fix my brain. That's exciting, Jaren! That's so exciting. Yeah, I can stream until... like at 6 tomorrow? If I don't get off earlier, because I will be starting early, but I'll stream at least until 4 tomorrow. So regardless, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Yeah, me too, Carla. Like, I've been saying words backwards and all jumbled. I did feel really off before I started stream, and I was like, fuck, do I have to have another day off? And I'm like, no, no, no. Eat, take some meds, lock in. Like, even if, I was like, even if you do 4 hours, like, just, you need to get on. Which I'm glad I did to have the best time. But I was feeling so weird this morning. And I wasn't even unhappy, it was just my brain felt very jumbled. I don't know. Gatorade. Yes. Wait, hang on. Jesus Christ. Oh god. The typos are allies. Yup. Yep. Cat. Yep. I was about to be like, come here, pussy. And I'm like, wait. That's right, because it's a cat. I'm trapped. But we're gonna get him. Poor Sierra, I know. She shan't be doing the 1-2 step again. Whoops! Got your pussy. Want a bat? Come down and cool. That to trap you to stop you. I still love that skeleton meme. Oi. What am I doing? You just sent me back 20 years? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Iconic. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Stay alive. Stay alive. Oh, this bastard. No, Sierra, stop it. That's not even Sierra. Sorry. Oh. Butchers. I remember burning CDs with Sierra on them. I love the tour. I love the Butchers, and they love me. Everything I do is for them. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, the princess is here! Sierra!
Our lives are short.
I love the tour. I love the tour. Truly. All right.
Boy, am I thankful for snow treads out here.
Oh, Jinx! Automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky, fresh.
I could do this on my
A butchered me would cure me.
faster.
Real. Legendary, a banger of a song.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2.
Oh my god, yes.
We hold the advantage.
Oh!
Shall we keep it?
They're fighting. I love when the healers and the tank fight. Oh my god. I eat filet mignon and I'm nice. Wait. Sushi, I read that as like... I read that as a normal sentence and I'm like, get it, babe! You are nice and young.
You are safe with me.
Yes. Yeah, get it. Like, alright. Hell yeah. Oop. Uh-oh. Guys, my brain is like absolute mush. Although some of you would hear that and be like, girl, you would say that on a day where you slept good. But I'm not ashamed. It's who I am. Oh, look who it is. Loser with a sword. All right. Yep. Oh. Who's next? Who else you gonna blame? Yep.
Not sure about that diving form.
You're a legend.
Get her a fat burrito. Give me an Italian burrito. I'm joking. I got no heals in quick play. I had 15k heals and 8k damage. What the hell? Where is this loser? Yep. Yep. Gotcha. Whoa, whoa. Hey guys, no one is useless. Okay? It's Overwatch. Spread kindness. But also, team diff. I mean, I said no one is useless. No, I'm joking. Yeah. Yeah, that's my MVP. I'm dead. I love being a little fuck. Oh, so good. Con, how are you, doll? I needed that. I really needed that. That healed me. All right, change of plans, guys. Good round, I think. Noah? Stream's been fun, honestly. I just was like, I don't really know what I want to do, but I just want to hang out, screw it all to hell. And I didn't even mean to play Overwatch, but Chris came in and said Overwatch, and I went, okay. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Grrr. Yeah, true, that's funny. Boot up RBT. Ugh. Here's the thing, alright? I want you to know that worst case scenario, if I'm too much in a hole right here, tomorrow we will do so much React content. Like, I will be feeding you. If I end up getting off to go eat and I skip it today, tomorrow I'll give it to you tenfold. I'll give you all of the juice. I'm just in a giggly mood right now with Overwatch. Get wrecked. Oh, true.
Submission is the key.
Everyone feeling warmed up?
I've never done a diff comment before. It's just so stupid. I hate it.
Dr. Liao was not fond of you.
Was she any fonder
He was
of
so
me?
needy. I literally messaged him on every platform. It was so funny.
It seemed to me.
God
she was
forbid.
far
I know,
more
but I
taken
said
with
before,
you
I'm like,
than
guys, we're gonna watch all of this stuff, and now I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna want to eat soon, off stream, non-verbal,
Much lies in store.
on the couch. So
Let
I was
us
like,
see
okay,
to it.
worst case, tomorrow. And it's good though, because I get to start early tomorrow instead, because I was meant to go to the vet tomorrow, so it'll be nice to actually just do a full stream. And who knows, maybe I go live later. Who's to say? Babe, babe, baby! Why are you leaving me? I'm being dramatic. She is a little sneezy, but she's definitely better. But I just want to, because she hasn't finished her antibiotics, so I kind of want her to finish the course before we get a checkup. Because I know they're going to want me to spend more money, which she's worth every cent. But he might want to do like tests on her, like a blood test, because she's still sick, but she hasn't finished her drugs. So I was like, oh, it's better for her to do that first before my bill racks up. She's fine. She's not like, she's much better. But I'd rather her use the whole pill packet they prescribed. Much better though. My Pookie. Oopsies. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse you, doll. Excuse you. Oi, pet, are you in bed? Oh, shoot. Yeah. Stunning. My ultimate is ready. Oh, is she gonna nerf this? I dare. I double dog dare ya. Sorry, Pookie. Oh! Thank y'all. Frit, I'm so sorry. I deserve that. Deserved. I can't believe I'm in my Overwatch era, guys. I go to accidentally, like today, right? I was like, okay, we'll do this as this. And then I end up falling into Overwatch. That play got me bricked. Yep. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep. Yep. No. No. Okay. Unexpected but delightful arc. I know, I'm really enjoying it. I also want to get into a few things. I want to do more streams on restart your computer. Oh. I want to do more streams on, obviously I want a better setup. I got to get Whiskey to help with me getting like my alerts on my mobile and stuff. Because I could do so many mobile streams if I wanted to do specific stuff around the house or outside of the house. Oh shit, what am I doing? I just walked right into them. My bad. Reverse the tide. Tiger's a bender adult. Nice. Yeah, like clunt walkies. Because I was testing out. I have way too much data on my mobile plan. And there are some places where I get 5G and I honestly get super fast upload and download. So I was like, oh, I could so just do some fun stuff. But obviously I would love to get something where like Whiskey had in Japan. Like proper net, like that would be sick. I would love to do more IRL stuff. Oh, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Yep. Back to Japan. Yeah, if I went back to Japan one day, I would try and get like an actual IRL setup. Because Whiskey setup was pretty good, and it was very easy as well, in terms of like, it was like minimal. I'm gonna die. What did I do, Con? Oh, she's nerfing it. Oh no, he's nerfing it. He's nerfing it. I got him. I got him. Yeah. Everyone's dead around me, but I got him. Keto!
Curry
Dirty
just resubbed
devil.
for 58 months. Dirty devil.
That's me, baby. How are you, doll? How's your week going? What are you doing? What's the hot goss? Did you get the public holiday? Girl, what's going on here? I'm a murderer. So many assessments. Okay, full-time. Goat? Wait, when do you get, oh, I guess holidays just got back, right? Not me. You literally spent a few of your holidays with, days with me, and I'm still like, so when's your next one? That was such a treat. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Yeah. Why? Ripping life from your body. That's me. Stop the payload!
There's a test subject.
Oh yeah, you wanna talk? All right, we can talk. Okay. Oh, true. True that. Oh, I can't get to you, baby. There we go. Girl. Nice. There's a Genji somewhere. It's alright. That felt like it was for you specifically. Yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. I only said what I said last game because they were being weirdos to their team. Listen. I do understand when you're like, guys, I need more healing or blah blah blah. But like, I hate when people are like, oh, my healers are shit. They're not doing anything and they have a lot of heals. Cause it's like, you're just being mean. That's the only reason why I said it. But also team diff. No, but they were being weirdos, so I wanted to join. Yeah, it's fair game. It's fair game.
I always hit my mark.
You can give comms. Yeah. You know? You know what I mean? You know what's funny? If I typed my whole stream, you couldn't see me, you couldn't hear me, but you read it, you would actually hear all my noises, I think. Yeah, fair dues! Fair fucking dues! Fair dues! Like suck on a hole before you pitch. Yeah, exactly. Loki healing in Overwatch comes after damage. Real. Real. Oop. Hold. Hollywood. Fair dues, fair dues. Yeah. That's so true. Do I heal or do I apply 30% anti-heal? I like that. I like the way you think. That's hot. I do love defending that map. You're right. You're right. Oh, shit. Oh, no. forgot that I queued up tank. That's what gets you champion. Yep. 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 Fair dues. Fair dues.
Time to save the spirits.
Uh-oh.
Intrepid explorers, it's time to get to work.
Whoopsies. Woo.
Push your limits. Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
Oh, we have a... Hi guys, I'm ready.
Cheer up, crew. Who knows what we'll find out there? Hi. Is this easy mode? LOL. Winky face. Love, Diva.
LOL.
I can dig that.
5, 4,
Oh.
3,
Oh no, Carla. Oh no.
attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
The conflict has fallen.
Where are you, loser? Oh, we have a Farah. Oh, and a Domina. Oh, I'm screwed. Oh, not the time. I still believe in us, but not the time. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. Not good. Not good. Whee! I don't want you. No. 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 I'm not interested. Oh, she's really low, actually. That's random as. What the hell? She's low, guys. She was low as hell. Well, not anymore, but she was. We may have lost the objective. But we're slaying. Boots. Oh! Oh. Cool, I thought it was a hole. I've made severe mistakes. If she crushed you, you'd be grateful? Of course.
They're moving the payload.
A lapse in judgment. Uh-oh. Now this is something my meds can't change. Poor judgment. Hey, Raj. Hey now. Yeah, gotcha, baby. Oh, too far. Sorry, Raj. My bad. Someone up here. Oh, hello. You're back again for more. Come on. Yep. 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 Yeah, take this, you slut. Yep. Sorry. That's how Grand and I play off stream. Well, not the sluts, but just over the top comms. Like doing the most basic thing and then getting really excited about it. Oh, are you raining from above, are you? Yeah? Wow. Okay. Orisa, you reckon? I think when I originally went to learn tank back in the day, I did play Orisa, but I don't know how to play her now. But I guess I could. Oh, we're on the roof, are we? Yeah. Ooh, I'm scared. I don't want to pass through the iris. Please, no. Okay. Guys, play it cool. Play it cool, guys. Play it cool. Play it. Should I try, how do you play her again? Alright, one more death and I'll try. After my... I gotta nerf a few things first.
Get in there, Bob. Initiate defense matrix.
Oh, oi, 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 oi. Too far, too far, too far. I made a severe mistake. Oh. If she rains from above one more time, I might have to... No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't... Okay. Heat mechanic, you try avoid overheating. You're pale people. Ooh, let's try Orisa. I just said I was going to do my my ult, but... Screw it all to hell. Alright, so what's this thing? Hey guys! Is my left shift my healing? Hey loser! Oh my god, no. Got you! Oh! Ooh wee! Oh, not good. Not good. Guys, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Yep, play it cool. Life grip. Oh no, I impaled you with my spear. Keto, I don't know how to play it. It's so obvious I don't know how. Wait, maybe I should play Domina and pretend that I'm good at her. Here's Diva Matrix. Oh. Guys, check this. Yeah. Yeah, losers. Oh. That's my bad. Yeah, I fucked it. I fucked it. Yeah. I forgot that I queued as tank. I didn't even get play of the game. Yeah. I just embarrassed my whole team. And my legacy. No, it's not okay. Oh, I'm so over it. Hi, Laura. How are you? I don't deserve the vote.
Epic.
I said I don't deserve the vote. I don't deserve it.
Winner.
Mission accomplished.
It's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Me and Bach. Alright. One more. And then Mummy's gonna have some dinner. Because I'm hungry. But tomorrow, tomorrow I'll be on at a good time. So excited. Way earlier than I was meant to be today. So I'll be live at a good time and then I'll be going through the day. So tomorrow, minimum 6 hours just to give myself some grace just in case I need to go. But I think it'll be closer to 7 or 8. And I'll watch all the shows tomorrow because I have a lot that I want to show you. You got engaged! Congratulations! What the hell? How did it happen? Tell me everything. Tell me everything and more. Yippee! Who's this baddie? That was a Moira. Isn't she hot? Hi Zitch, how are you? Hello. But yeah, that's tomorrow. And then the next day I'm seeing Mum in the morning. But we'll stream at some point. And then the day after is games with Gran. And then we have Friend Slop, a new game. Top left, bring it in. Bring it in. Guys, I'll be a baddie tomorrow. I literally didn't want to get ready today. I just jumped on. I seem to have arrived at the end. Just a little bit, dear. But I'll be on all day tomorrow. I started late because I was feeling a bit weird. But if I started at my normal time, this would have been like 7-8 hours. So that's my bad. But you know what? We had a great day. So who cares? Who cares? Do it again tomorrow. You asked me on the beach in Cali. Oh, that's so lovely.
Vote for your
From my point of view in Canada, you're always on. Oh, perfect. No, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you. Thank you. I've been very inconsistent, but I'm getting back on my groove because I need my groove desperately. We need this. Yum. I can't believe I played Overwatch for so long today. Whoopsie, guys. Not me being like, guys, I'm gonna give you heaps of variety. Oop, Overwatch. Whoopsies. And what a treat. No, actually, it's been super fun. Thank you, guys. It's been amazing. Me when I lie. Platinum support. Okay. I love Overwatch. Oh no, Keto. Like, I think about it all the time.
Haven't seen you in a while, Emmy.
It's actually really cute how much our, like, corresponding communities have been enjoying it. And the custom we did was so sick.
But you're still the same old killjoy.
If that means I'm still on your bed.
Variety in the timing of
as a good
stream.
sign.
Honestly, YOLO. Everyone go Moga. It's so funny.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
You trying to spawn cap? True. That's funny. I know, I love that Chris is back on his bullshit. And I get to play with everyone else all the time. Uh-oh.
There's a test subject.
We have a man.
The objective is
Roadhog. Yeah, I didn't expect to play with Chris today. That was a huge treat. Oh, not the bloody turret. Oh no.
Taking hold of the objective.
Oh, stop it. Oh. Well, I captured it for a little bit. Laura, I've been trying to practice any spare time I get. And I've been loving, like, properly learning because I kind of just wasn't really learning. I would just play and not try to improve or anything. But I'm in my improvement era. They know I'm here. That's funny. He didn't have a clue. Oh my god, hide and seek challenge. Oh, Bastion I think is low up here. Oh no, who's that? Not Bastion. That man. Torbjorn! We got it. I looped the killer successfully. Oh no. Oh, they got booped. They got booped. Oh no. Guys, what are you having for dinner? Give me ideas. Or what did you have for dinner? Oh no. Turkish pasta. Oh boy. Oh my god. French toast. Oh god. Oh man. Winter just makes me want to eat triple my normal amount. I'm hungry all the time, and half the time I'm not even hungry. I just want to eat. Oh! Oh! Oh no, yes. I was like, why am I getting hurt? Home stew, bratwurst. Wait, zitch. The gold sauce is nice. Chicken wings, baked mac and beef. Guys, lock in. Stunning work, guys. Oh, you can't lock in. We got our point back, but we are going to not win it, which is fine. I haven't been locking in this round. You're right. I've honestly been just talking about food. Get chewing gum. Yum. Check this out. Oh.
Score 0-1.
I need this. I want everything you just said. Check this out. Oh. Maybe I should be the cat.
A new era will soon be upon us.
No. Henry, the fact that I can hear that gif sends me to the moon.
Today's a good day.
Oh. I just know the sauce. I got lucky. The sauce is real good. I should make that my ringtone. Oh. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, wait. Oi! Sorry, I'll get to you. I'm loving spice at the moment. Should I eat it? Maybe not. But I love it. Girl. Yeah, I do get tummy pains. But I love it so much that I can't help it. Like, I'll know not to get hot and I will. Yeah. If I know I don't have any plans, I'm happy to pay for it. But if I'm busy, you better believe I'll get a medium or a mild. Yeah. I want my sinuses to be watering from the spice. That's how hot I want it. I want to get all sniffly. Need some more. Oh, I'm gonna die. While we're at it, yes. Gamble.
Take cover. The tree's gone.
No gamble. Today's gone really fast. I'm so glad I went live. I was a bit nervous. I was like, oh. Oh, cowdoy.
Test subject. Your assistance is appreciated.
We really gotta get that turret.
Enemy located.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Nice. The whole ult for me? Whoopsies.
Evolution is a painful process to evolve.
Yippee. Oh wait, it might go into another game. Oh shit. Overwatch is trying to keep me online.
I appreciate the support.
I see a hostile.
Nice. Okay. Dang, what a shame. Another round. Oh no. This has been fun. The first one was pretty rough. I do like the next map though.
So, what's on the docket? Winning,
I'm gonna eat so good though. And guess what I'm gonna be doing? Laundry.
Hey, hey! Looks like my
Bloody
favorite
laundry.
doctor stuck around with Talon.
As did you.
Bloody hell.
Unsurprisingly. I don't believe any other organization could tolerate you.
3,
you're just
2,
saying that.
1.
I assure you, I mean every word.
Okay, Slay.
Hoping to win. Now's the time.
Now's the time.
What is it now? A salve for all the nails.
I'm so excited that I'm gonna reschedule my appointment as well for tomorrow. Because I want to give you guys, and give myself, to be honest, a nice early long stream tomorrow. Yep. Triple kill. Quadruple kill.
Your strength becomes mine.
Oh Lord, he's coming. Oh, get him, girl. Hiding in the shadows? Wait, spectacular. They... I'm dead, but it was worth it. Quintuple kill. Quintuple. I don't know why. I don't know. I just need that. I need that on the screen. Oh. Put that on a t-shirt. Oh. I know, Zitch, I'm so excited for the DBD anniversary. Genuinely so excited for what's to come. Next week is going to be so huge. I think we're going to be fed though. Like, I genuinely think they're doing a lot for the community, but I'm ready for it. I'm very excited. Honestly, 10 years of DBD is really cool. It's a big game, yeah, but it's not the biggest, right? So it's really impressive they've managed to keep it going and have as many iconic IPs as they do. Really cool. I know. Woo! Deebs and Overwatch, 10 years and a victory.
Play of the game.
Delicious DPS. Oh, sorry. Deebverwatch. Exactly right. And that's what I said. No, I've been saying that. Oh. Puddle. All right. Leave. I need to get me food. This game is rigged. Boycott. Oh, Tammy's on? Hell yeah. I didn't know Tammy was on. Amazing. Let's do it. Guys, thank you so much for today. I really appreciate it. We are gonna watch the shows, I promise, tomorrow. I was going to. Wait. I'll be on if you are. I'm gonna go eat and do laundry and all that jazz. But thank you for today. Today was really fun. Too fun, actually. What's up with that? But go say hello to Tammy. She's lovely. Thank you for all the support. We're so back, by the way. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Yes. Bright and early. Bye, guys. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you in the morning.